Everyone, let's call to order this regularly scheduled City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Monday, September 23rd, 2024. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Resnicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, first we have a presentation on the development moratorium planning process.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Susan Trevarthen from the firm of Weiss Serota, and your administration has asked me to come and make a presentation this evening on the topic of moratoria. I prepared a short PowerPoint just to guide us through it, and I'll go ahead and get started. There we go. So what is a moratorium? It's a temporary pause on development that's designed to maintain the status quo while changes are being considered. So updates to your comprehensive plan, updates to your zoning regulations, sometimes it'll be environmental kind of standards at issue, any kind of planning effort where there's a danger of inconsistent development during the time that you're developing those new regulations. And one of the key aspects of a moratorium is that it should match the planning problem. And that problem can be defined by a geographic location, by a particular zoning district or set of zoning districts, a type of land use or type of development, or even the stage of development. All of those things will affect how broad or how narrow your moratorium will be. These have to be created by zoning ordinance. They cannot be created by emergency ordinance. That's clear under Florida law. And so that means, like, you take your other land development regulations through local planning agency recommendation and first and second reading and special notice, you'll have to do that with a moratorium ordinance as well. The time frame for the moratorium should match the time that's needed to complete the planning efforts. It requires a documented ongoing planning effort to justify the continued presence of the moratorium. And the scope can be refined over time to reflect the results of your ongoing study and analysis. Is a moratorium a taking? This is something we always have to think about in terms of land use and zoning in Florida. This is a long-standing legislative intent of our Florida statutes that govern this aspect of our exercise of home rule. And they require us to recognize and respect private property rights, apply all of our rules with sensitivity, not be unduly restrictive, and avoid inordinate burdens. So just that's a poll star guidance that we should keep in mind as we look at this topic. Is another aspect of whether it's a taking is whether the moratorium is properly prepared and adopted. If it is unlikely to result in a taking as long as it's for a reasonable period and rationally related to a legitimate governmental purpose. And I've cited some case law here, but the bottom line is there are cases on moratoria and upholding them for these purposes. Now, you will face greater judicial scrutiny if you want to pause development for more than a year, both under the federal case law as well as state. And it's important to set that time period in a realistic way to reflect the time that is needed for the work that you're going to be doing. Does a moratorium violate the Harris Act? Well, actually, the definitions in the Harris Act help us here. And this is that Florida statute that creates liability for local governments for actions that may not trigger liability under the Constitution, but still may trigger liability under the statute. But there's a definition right on the face of the Harris Act that says that temporary impacts do not constitute an inordinate burden on property. And so they draw the line at 1 year. So it's also the same time frame under the federal law that is referenced. So it's generally a good idea to not go any longer than a year with your moratorium. So what kind of impact will a moratorium have on current development proposals? During a moratorium, only that development which you identify as being paused will be affected, and other development may proceed. For example, let's say you wanted a moratorium on residential development. Of course, all non-residential development would continue and would not be affected. If you do it by a particular zoning district, the other districts won't be affected, or by a mapped area. So it's important to understand that there are all these different dimensions that define development. And if they fall within the ordinance, they'll be affected. If they fall outside the scope of the ordinance, they will not be affected. Development proposals that have been initiated prior to the effectiveness of this ordinance may or may not be affected by it. Development that's reached the point of being under construction is less likely to be impacted. Proposals that have not even been submitted formally for review are more likely to be impacted. There's a wide range in between. The current stage of development is relevant. Sometimes you'll have a complex project that's master planned and going through various stages. These questions are very fact sensitive and will depend on the details of each project. And will some be able to escape the moratorium and go forward with their projects? The answer is going to be perhaps. The key issue, in addition to what I just said, is whether the city is going to be equitably stopped to pause the process or deny the approval that's being sought by that project. And this is the long-standing case law standard, which if the property owner has good faith reliance on some act or omission of the government and a substantial change in that position would be highly inequitable to the property owner, they may well be able to pursue that project. This is why it's very advantageous, and we always write our moratorium ordinances to include a vested rights or waiver procedure. With that kind of administrative procedure, you can have each project come forward with a fully developed factual record substantiating whatever claims they want to make, and then you, as the city governing body, have a chance to evaluate that and potentially decide that yes, they've made a well-grounded claim or not, and that gets resolved before you're running down the path potentially to litigation. And this is just a quote from one of the older cases that tries to encapsulate what we mean when we talk about estoppel. It's essentially the rules of fair play. The courts are looking to see that if the government has encouraged or approved or brought somebody down a certain garden path, that we don't then all of a sudden change direction and pull the rug out from someone. But part of the reasons that this is an unpredictable process is that this type of claim is a claim in equity. And so the courts will also look at the clean hands of the applicant to make sure that what they have done is sufficient to such that the court will consider their equitable claims. There's also a concept out there that you may have heard of called zoning in progress. And as a preliminary matter, it's important to note that there is no such thing as planning in progress. The courts are clear that if you want to have a pause associated with comprehensive planning, that's only going to happen with a fully adopted and effective moratorium ordinance. Zoning in progress is a sort of shorthand way of describing this equitable estoppel principle that I just explained to you. And it's a way of saying that if the property owner is on notice that things are changing and therefore is not proceeding in good faith, there may be a basis on which you would hold up that project even in the process of the adoption of the moratorium process. The ordinance itself. Now, this is not a gleam in someone's eye. This is, something formally being underway, known by you, known by your planning commission. So there is the potential to, on a case-by-case basis, look at how this would apply during the process that's necessary to get a moratorium ordinance in place. But the bottom line is the only way to create a longer term and stable pause in development is via the adoption of the moratorium ordinance. So to sum up, what we would suggest that you do, you start with the definition of the problem and the steps necessary to address it, and then all of the details of the ordinance should flow from that. What kinds of development will be affected, certainly provide for vested rights, that kind of administrative procedure that I mentioned to you. Establish a time period commensurate to the planning effort. It's very common to maybe have an initial period of 6 months. It may well be that the overall planning and regulatory effort will take longer, but a virtue of starting with a shorter period and then providing in the ordinance that you must come back to the governing body and get an additional authorization to extend the moratorium is that allows you to substantiate and show, hey, we've been doing the work. These are the things we've completed so far. This is why we need more time. And then have the governing body agree to how much time is necessary to extend that moratorium. The ordinance would also apply for the process and the application deadline and some of the details about those vested rights determinations. And once all those policy choices are made, they get drafted into an ordinance. It has to go through proper notice, local planning agency, first and second reading. During the planning process, you will get those vested rights claims potentially, and you'll need to process them. And at the same time, you'll need to be continuously proceeding with your planning and regulatory efforts. And then at the conclusion of this process, you adopt the new plan or regulations that you're interested in pursuing and repeal the moratorium ordinance. So that concludes my summary of moratoria, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
All right, commissioners, any questions for Susan?
Excuse me, I've got a couple of questions. Susan, when you were speaking about the timeline, you were saying that a year is kind of the maximum that the courts think of as reasonable. At our last meeting, we were hearing from the folks who were doing our comprehensive plan review, and it was clear that that process is going to take longer than a year. And so if you have a timeline of a year, when everybody knows that the process isn't going to be done in a year, does that still qualify as the reasonable amount of time of a year when it's kind of just well, we're saying a year because that's what we know we have to say, but we know it's going to take longer than that,
So I do understand the question, and I apologize, I can't read the nameplates, but I assume this is one of the commissioners speaking.
Yes, sorry, this is Commissioner Marriott.
Oh, nice to meet you. So I understand what you're saying, and there can be a substantial amount of work involved in these efforts. What the federal constitutional case law says is more than a year doesn't make it invalid. It just means the court is going to look a lot more skeptically at you, and you're going to have a much stronger showing of why you needed that additional time and how you used it. And just as an example, the case that some of those principles came out of was a case that dealt with the regulation of development around Lake Tahoe in the western United States. And the work they were doing was kind of groundbreaking scientific work on water quality and trying to derive standards, set environmental standards that would make the plan only that amount of development that would not destroy the qualities of Lake Tahoe that they were attempting to protect. So in the constitutional sense, you certainly can go longer. You're going to have a harder time resisting judicial scrutiny. Under the Harris Act, once you get over a year, then potentially you are going to be opening yourself up to some Harris Act claims, and those will have to be considered and responded to on a case-by-case basis, as Harris Act claims always are.
Thank you. And then another question in the beginning, you were speaking about the reasons for why you would have a moratorium or you have to be clear about what you're trying to accomplish. And so if what you're trying to accomplish is, we don't know, we just want to look at it and see if everybody's happy with our comprehensive plan, is that good enough, or is there a higher standard?
Well, there can be a need for a comprehensive plan update if there's been a lapse of time or a change in circumstances. I do recommend, though, that regardless of whether regulatory update is considered beneficial, I think a separate question should be asked and a separate analysis should be conducted about a potential moratorium. Those are really different questions, because there's many aspects of comprehensive plans that may or may not directly lead to a different outcome for a particular kind of development on a particular property. So here's two extremes. Like one city I had that wanted to do moratoria on single-family residential development because they didn't like the density that was in their current regulations. But everything else in town is going along just fine. Another city where they were mainly concerned about commercial development. And so most of the updated regulatory work that was being done, I mean, obviously, all the statistics are being updated, there is a comprehensive look, but generally, you and your professionals have an idea what the topics are that are of greatest concern to you. It might be a particular road that's failing, or it might be a particular neighborhood that is of concern. And so I'm not trying to predict that outcome. I don't know your city well enough. I'm just suggesting that I think there should be a more detailed analysis before just automatically having your moratorium stop everything.
Susan, if I may, this is Mayor Petrella, and I'll just preface by what I was saying that, good evening. While Commissioner Merritt is looking to load you up with loaded questions, I think we should stick to the actual realities and the concrete questions rather than saying, is there really no good reason for a moratorium? Because we've been talking about a moratorium for a year and a half. And it's not an arbitrary, let's just have a moratorium for the sake of it, but rather actual reasons were brought to the commission. Just on tonight's agenda, we have 3 items, for example, on our sewer, our undergrounding, and I forget what the third one was, that are having significant impact on our city and our residents because of the development and potential overdevelopment. And so part of the reason we're having a comprehensive plan review is because we're having these issues. And we're looking at it and saying, how much more can we take? How much more density can we adjust? How much more impact can we have on the environment? We have massive flooding for the last 2 or 3 weeks because of the king tides we're about to get hit with another hurricane potentially the next 2 or 3 days. This will be the 14th emergency declaration for this county in the last 4 years, right? So there are actually real concrete reasons why we're looking at a moratorium. It's not arbitrary, it's not we just feel like it, but rather this is a real necessity, which is why we're looking at reviewing a comprehensive plan, which has not been reviewed by our residents and by our city in almost 20 years. I think it's about 15, 16 years. It's been a long time. So there's a reason why we're doing this. So if I may restate one of the questions from Commissioner Marriott, if the comprehensive plan review individuals are telling us it's going to take 18 months to do a serious review that we've asked for, would it be prudent to ask for 18 months, or should we ask for 12 months and then hope for an extension later on when we know from day one that we really need 18 months?
So I understand what you're saying, and the principle underlying what I'm saying here is the longer you go, the better your proof should be. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but you'll need to work with your professionals to substantiate both the level of work that's needed and the length of time that's needed. I do think it's wise to have that ordinance be set at 1 year with an option to renew. And even if you're fairly certain at this point you will need to extend, it still is a worthwhile exercise for your future defense of any challenges, as well as for public involvement and knowledge of what's going on, to have that meeting at 1 year and say, okay, here's how far we've gotten, here's how much remains, this is what we're getting out of this process. There's just no downside to doing that, in my opinion, as an attorney.
Perfect. I appreciate that. I mean, that's kind of exactly the kind of concrete advice that we need, so that as we're looking at this process, we can make decisions. So if you're telling us on day one, look, you're safer on the 12-month side with a 6-month extension, great. That's perfect. Then we know how to tackle this. Any further questions from the commissioners, please?
And I'm sorry, before another question, if I
Sure.
can just add to that,
Of course.
Mr. Mayor. In my experience, you will know a lot more 12 months from now than you know right now. You may not be done in the sense of here's your camera-ready code of ordinances and comprehensive plan, but you will have a much more refined understanding of exactly where the problems are and maybe where you're considering making changes. So it's very possible that at that point you might reduce the scope of the moratorium to reflect, now that you're informed by that years of work, worth of work, what is really essential. So I just wanted to point out that that's also an advantage of staging it like this.
Thank you, Susan. Questions, comments? So if the commission decided this is something that we wanted to pursue and move forward, would your firm be the one that we would work with to draft the ordinance?
So of course that's your choice. I know that you're in the process of transitioning on an attorney, but yes, we've written several ordinances for moratoria and dealt with these issues for years. So if it's your desire to do so, we could certainly work with you on that.
And I know I'm going to put you on the spot here, but is there a range or a budget that we should keep in mind?
So when I spoke to your administration, I said, let's just talk hourly at first until we have a better idea of what's involved. But I don't have a specific estimate for you at this time.
Okay. Is there an amount of hours we should kind of think about?
I mean, what I can say is we've done it before, and a lot of the work is not just here's an example of a moratorium ordinance.
Of course.
It's the hard work of thinking through what all those policy choices that I just announced. And so that's not just the lawyer, that's also you working with your professional staff to put whatever. And you know, maybe you don't put any edges, or maybe you do. Maybe you refine it a little bit more. But I do want to emphasize, I think it's in your best interest to think those questions through.
Thank you. All right, any further questions for Susan while we have her?
I do have one other question, just as a, as we're sitting here right now facing a potential hurricane in a couple days. And I know a couple years ago, after the hurricane hit Fort Myers, at a state level, they prohibited municipalities from making more restrictive development ordinances for a time period. If you're in the middle of a moratorium and heaven forbid something like that happens, I guess at any time we can change that can you change that moratorium along the way if in the event of a natural disaster, or can the state step in and require that you change it, or how does that work?
So a moratorium is nothing but an ordinance of this governing body. So you're in the driver's seat throughout the whole process, and just like any other ordinance that you could come back and amend, you could amend this as well. The bill that you're referring to, coincidentally, the expiration of that period is October 1st, 2024. I wasn't certain whether St. Pete Beach fell within that 100, I think they shrank that 100-mile radius, so maybe you fell outside of it. But predicting on that is very hard, because that's a question of Tallahassee, and we know that every year Tallahassee is more and more excited to get in our business and prevent us from having home rule. We just know that as local governments, and depending on how they write future legislation, you're just going to be kind of stuck with what they do. But certainly it is an ordinance outside of any kind of preemption. It's within your control. And there are special rules that come into play under emergency orders that allow you to relax or waive certain requirements. And let me use a really horrible example just to kind of put it in context. Let's say it's Fort Myers Beach or it's South Dade after Andrew and it, you know, pulverized, God forbid. City Hall's gone, all records are gone, you know, really catastrophic. That would definitely be relevant to a review in court in saying, oh no, it's been 366 days, you know, and for 6 months of those you weren't operational. Like, that wouldn't be fair, and I wouldn't see a court holding that against you. But I use that extreme example for a reason. You're gonna have to show not just that, oh, maybe we were under an emergency order, but that it really affected you and really got in the way of making that progress. So is that helpful?
It is, thank you.
All right, last chance for questions. Susan, we want to thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your presentation and for your very direct answers. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you all. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation on the Gulf Boulevard utility undergrounding.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Charter officials. For the record, my name is Camden Mills, and I have the pleasure of serving as your City Engineer and Assistant Public Works Director. I appreciate the opportunity this evening for our staff to present a summary on the Gulf Boulevard Utility Undergrounding Program, including the funding status for all 3 phases of this project. To give this fact-based presentation, I'd like to introduce Ms. Nicole Courant. Nicole serves as an engineer in our Public Works Department and has been an essential part of our team since she joined us almost 2 years ago. Nicole has taken on the role of project manager for our Gulf Boulevard Utility Undergrounding Program, and we are fortunate to have her expertise guiding this important initiative. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nicole. Thank you.
What clicker do I use for the PowerPoint? This one? Okay, sorry. Good evening, thank you. What I've prepared tonight is a PowerPoint presentation. Starts out covering the scope of the project, basically what it's doing. Then we'll move into the evolution of the project budget from its conception around 2017 through today. And then we'll go into the funding. Behind the presentation in your package, some of the things that you have to support the presentation is a copy of the current charter. So you'll see a lot of the information, the presentation is pulled from the charter. And then behind that, there's also an attachment that walks through all of the funding for this project when it was approved. And you can line that up with the PO summary in the charter as well. So that's some of the other information that you have. So we'll get started. There we go. Background and scope. So originally, Gulf Boulevard undergrounding was ramped up as a beautification project. However, it also improves resiliency and reliability, where resiliency is our ability to come back after an event or an outage, and reliability is your ability to withstand an outage. Undergrounding electric power, streetlights, and the communication facilities on both sides of Gulf Boulevard, west and east. There's 3 distinct phases that this has been broken up into. The first in phase 1 is from 75th to 55th, which is a 20-block range. And then I don't know why phase 2 was A and B. I inherited that instead of 1, 2, 3, but we have a 2A and B. Both of those, 2A and 2B are 20-block radiuses, but you have more infrastructure in there, so you'll see that they're roughly the same size. In this project, there's 4 sequential subphases. So you have an underground construction, installing all your underground conduit, the boxes, and things of that nature. Then you have the cabling and equipment installation. After that, you're going to have energization and service connections, and then the final step is removal and restoration. Right now, under the current contracts that we have, the city is doing the underground construction, and the utilities are doing the final 3 bullet points. So we do contract through them, but we don't have an option on whether or not to use somebody else. Those 3 bullet points have to be done by the utility. All right, the next page is just a high-level scope, again, giving you counts of equipment, so you can look apples to apples. As you can see, Phase 1 compared to Phase 2A and 2B, they are more than Phase 1 altogether, and that was 20 blocks. So you look at the scope of the work and the density of the work in Phase 2, it's much heavier than Phase 1. I can tell you in Phase 1, what you're looking at are actuals, because we have that design done and the underground construction is complete, so those won't change. In Phase 2, they can change somewhat once you get into construction. Sometimes you have to make design changes in the field, so those numbers can still change a little bit. The third, just kind of running through all the different elements that you have on your poles. It's more than poles and wires. You have a great deal of power equipment, communication wires, and things of that nature. So that's just a visual telling you what's going away. And I'll buzz through these fairly quickly. I think we all know what they are, but I gave us a slide on all the different ground level equipment and what you're going to see replacing those. So you have transformers, switchgear, capacitor banks, and then the pole boxes are access points to the underground cabling system. And then you have some more communications equipment with the Spectrum node. And then your street lights as well are going from the poles and wires to the other. Let me just... All right, so where we're getting here is into the budget, and I included this slide so I can take you back to what was handed off to me when I picked up the project. I came on board in November of ’22 and picked up this project. The handoff that I got, this printout is the budget that I received. I didn't have an electronic copy, I just had a hard copy. So what you'll see is this is what I pulled from, and as we go through, you'll see what I did with that in the comparisons. So this is just really to give you an example of exactly what the budget was that I was inheriting. The next slide is when I show you the budget plan that I put together with the program and how those numbers fit into this. So that's your original budget that I inherited, and that was showing us a forecasted total of $14,103,985 for the full scope of the project. Now, the next one is the budget today, and this is a combination of budget and actuals, because again, Phase 1 is nearly completed. Not all POs are closed, but they're close to being closed, so those are more actual numbers than budget. But what you're seeing is these numbers here have come from binding cost estimates, budgetary estimates. I didn't have anything to support the numbers in the original budget, so I can't say why mine is so different. But when I went out and investigated, got quotes, got estimates, started pulling these numbers together, these are the numbers that I can support with either budgetary estimates or binding cost estimates. That gives us a forecast for the total project of $21,153,678.20, because I did take this to the penny. I didn't round at all. All right, so the next one is where I'm going to walk you through each phase of this project with the actuals versus mine, so you can see where those increases came from. So you'll see in Phase 1, overall, that's a 14% overrun from the original budget, which makes sense because when I picked up this budget, you had contracts in place. You had a lot of this stuff even paid for already. The underground construction, it's only a 20% increase, which is typical for the approach we took with this design. However, it is the highest ticket amount along with Duke Energy, so 20% is your highest increase. And I can tell you on Phase 1, 400,000 of that 463 was due to a design change when we couldn't take the underground cable underneath the sidewalk. The path was full. So we had to take it underneath Gulf Boulevard. Every time you touch Gulf Boulevard, whether it's 2 inches inches or 10 feet, there is a big restoration requirement, and it averaged about $100,000 a block. We had 4 blocks that we had to go into Gulf Boulevard, and that is the vast majority of the change orders for that underground construction. The asterisk at the bottom is the original budget didn't show money in reserve for a review of the original engineer of record. However, that was contracted under the previous management. So that was a review of CPWG. CPWG was the engineer of record on phase 1. Previous program management changed to Kimley Horn for phase 2. So we did have a change in our engineer record between phase 1 and phase 2. All right, in 2A, this is where what you are dealing with right now are binding cost estimates. So if you look at my proposal, everything in there is binding with the exception of the underground construction. That is going to be going out to bid, we hope, starting next month, looking to be able to bring a request for an award approval maybe in December. But that's the only one that could change really from my estimate because it hasn't come back from bid yet. You'll see here that there's a lot bigger discrepancies. So I'm not going to go over them in detail unless you have any questions, feel free to ask. But on phase 2A, what it added up to was about 53% under budgeted from the original budget to what it's going to take to execute that phase. In phase 2B, there was less funding up front, and that one was 109% under budgeted from the original budget. That takes us to our summary page, where this right here is just showing you phase by phase how we were off. The overall project for all 3 phases was 50% under budgeted in the original. The primary drivers were the 2020 budget forecasts were significantly underestimated, and I didn't have anything to show me where those numbers came from, so I can't say why, but they were off for phase 2. The original design build approach was changed to a design bid build. That's not a huge increase, but one of the reasons you go with design build normally is time and money. When you go to a bid, it normally does bring costs up. There was a shift also in self-performing work under state statute FAC 25-6.064 to the Duke performed work. So originally, when we were putting the budget together, I think in like 2018, 2019, we were trying to do more of the work ourselves. So if you go back to the first slide where there's 4 sub-phases, we're only allowed to do 1 ourselves, the underground. We were trying to use Florida statute to take ownership of cabling, installation, as much as that we could, leaving the utilities for the service connections and the energization. That was not successful. For whatever reason, I wasn't around at the time, so I don't know the whys, but that was not successful. That also is a cost driver. Then there's time delays in the estimates result in base rate increases. My estimates had to be refreshed twice, and they went up each time with the utilities. And naturally, since 2020 to now, supply chain costs and other costs have gone up significantly. The last slide is just showing you how that's going to fall out. On the left is our funding. So we had 2 Penny for Pinellas awards, and then we had 2 contributions of city money. The city money in the 301-5310, which is a professional administrative, that's from 2017 before the interlocal agreement with the county and Penny for Pinellas was in place. So that was the city funding when we were originally designing it and scheduling it, and that was city paid for. And then we also have $800,000 that is in the fiscal year 25 budget that is going towards getting us where we need to complete phase 2A. And then if you look over on the right-hand side, that just shows you how that funding has fallen out. We have funding in place now to complete phase 2A through 45th Avenue with a buffer of 115,000, and then we are looking for additional funding through whether it be grants or additional county funding or something like that before we would go into 2A, or 2B. These phases are completely independent, meaning if you decide to stop at the end of any given phase, you can. You're just going to have poles. So at the end of phase 1, where we are about 50% complete with the utility work right now, and we have an estimated full completion, meaning removals and restoration done of first quarter calendar year 25. If you decided to stop right there, it's going to be perfectly functional in that area. There's going to be no problem with that. You will have poles in the other area. However, as you can see, it's the funding coming through Penny for Pinellas is designated for the Gulf Boulevard beautification, so it's not like we can reuse that money. Right now, we are funded through the end of 2A, and that takes us to 45th Avenue. So, any questions?
Thank you so much.
When would 2B be projected to start?
When we find funding. That one right now is on hold until we secure funding. We did, however, pay for the full design of Phase 2 in Phase 2A, meaning we already have the design, we will have the easements in place, so when we locate funding to move forward, it should be very quick. It's not going back to design.
Nicole, question. For Phase 2B, as well as Phase 2A, what's the contingency for both of those? And I ask that because since in Phase 1, there was a construction design change that needed to be made because we didn't know what was underneath the ground, right? So it's a possibility that could happen again on both phases. So what's our contingency?
You always need to plan for some contingency, especially when you're doing underground work. There's just things you're not going to know till you get under there. That is the one that's going out to bid, so I can't tell you what the contingency would be right now. That's the one thing I can't give you a firm price on. We hope to go out to bid next month, getting bids back in November and being able to come back to you with that at that time. Some of the things that you can do, sometimes we'll say it should have a 10% contingency. That's pretty typical in a design bid build. It was 20% on Phase 1, but that was also started as a design build. You don't do as much upfront work. However, you may decide you don't want to put that much in contingency. That will absolutely be a decision made by the commission when we bring that back to you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Nicole, thank you for coming tonight. I have a few questions. You've answered some of them, but I just want to go back over them. First of all, on page, it's your page, budget and actual breakdown by phase 2024.
Okay.
It's page 19 of our pages, but I don't think you have those. This question's been asked a lot, but I'm going to ask it because it's part of the presentation tonight.
You bet.
What did we get for the services from Project Management Alpha, which was $61,623 and $21,000? Did we actually get anything? I know there's a lot of things going on with that, but did we actually get something in return for that money?
I can only comment. I came in after Alpha was already gone, and my only knowledge of what they've done comes from historical references, me going through invoices and things of that nature. I don't have any documentation of what they did. I know they held the meetings. I know, I think the city engineer at the time had a couple meeting minutes, but I personally did not get anything handed off to me that Alpha produced.
Thank you. You touched on some of this. City manager, this is under Phase 1, 2020 budget versus actuals.
Okay.
City manager commissioned a review of CPWG work by Kimley Horn that was not in budget. And I believe you said that had something to do with crossing under Gulf Boulevard. So that was a or a
No,
necessary review, or was that?
No, that was completely discretionary. That was the folks running the project at that time, which I believe the city manager and the project management firm Alpha, did not have confidence in the engineer record on phase one, and they hired another engineering firm to review their work and provide them a report.
So the previous city manager, or probably 2 city managers ago,
Yes, sir.
requested that Kimley Horn, possibly at the behest of Alpha, wanted an additional review of CPWG's work to make sure that they were right.
To make sure that they were delivering.
Okay. My next question, and I am going to come back to that in a moment, but I'm trying to go page by page here, just questions I have. So on this page here, I don't know if you have that in your...
Oh, you're in the charter? You bet, sir. Let me pull that up.
So it says, what level, okay, no, I'm reading this. Second paragraph down, about halfway through, it says ground level equipment that is water rated. My question is, what level of confidence in the water rating do we have?
They are not
Because
submersible.
I've heard a lot of comments from residents.
They are not submersible. They are not submersible. They are not going to survive being covered up in salt water.
So we are undergrounding, we're spending millions of dollars undergrounding things, but it's...
No, what's underground is your cabling system in the conduit that...
I apologize. At ground level.
Yes. They're not going to take a hurricane, but normal water, runoff, rain, things like that, they're rated for. That is a Duke Energy question, so I can't elaborate much more than that without going back to Duke, but I could get specifications for you on what that entails.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, by lowering those items from up high, which reduces the impact of wind, but putting them closer to the ground, they are indeed more at risk for failure in a hurricane?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, they are at much
Help me
more
with that.
risk up in the air from both water and wind. When they come down to the ground, the encasement can handle the rain and everything else. You get a saltwater flooding, you're not going to have stuff survive that. So I don't want to give you the impression that we're saying these are water rated, they're going to keep running if we have them under 2 foot of salt water. That's not the case. But they are absolutely more reliable and resilient down on the ground than they are up on the poles.
But
I make, Commissioner,
up,
just to clarify, so we're talking rain versus a storm surge in case of a hurricane, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, the cabinets are going to keep water out, but not, like I said, you submerge it. Some of them are going to get in there. If you wanted specifications on exactly what they're rated to withstand, I would have to go back to Duke. But it is the right equipment for the island and our environment. It absolutely is. And it will protect that equipment. If you look up on the poles, your transformers are in a little can like this. You go down on the ground, they're protected in a box that's about twice that size. That is protection, not only for the general public, but for the equipment inside the box.
okay, but
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
no, I'm not an engineer, as you can probably tell. But I guess from saltwater intrusion, wouldn't they be better up high? I'm not talking about wind, I'm talking about saltwater intrusion now. Would they not be better if they were up high?
As I said, I can go back to Duke and get the specifics, but in my professional opinion, and that's 25 years as a power engineer, no, they would not.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple more questions, though.
You bet.
On one of your pages here, it's page 31 of my packet, it says Gulf Boulevard Utility Undergrounding Phase 2B, this one here.
Okay.
You did touch on this, and this is probably a clarification more than anything. Under scope, do you have that in front of you?
I do, sir.
Okay, so the last sentence says, Phase 2B does not include design work. Does not include design work. All design for Phase 2, including Phase 2B, was done in Phase 1A.
Oh, did it say 1A? That's a typo. It's 2A.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, it does not say 1A.
Oh, okay.
It says 2A. It
Yes,
is not a
so-
typo, it is a read problem.
Okay, no problem.
And then we go to design status, and it says the design for Phase 2B is at 60%.
Yes.
Clarify that for me if you would, because I read one of them to say that the design's done, and then the other one to say that it's 60%
It's not
done.
completed, but we do have a PO issued, and it's in progress. So we issued a purchase order for the design of full Phase 2. We have Phase 2A 100% complete and ready to submit for permits, and 2B is currently at 60%. So we've been working on that ahead of getting funding for the full phase. That's something that was in place when I picked up the project as well. So for whatever reason, design was done in Phase 1 and Phase 2, and all the installation and construction had 3 phases.
Okay, thank you. And I have 2 more sheets here.
You got it.
One that you have and one that you don't have. So the next question is, and I touched on this before, CWG, which is Cribb, Philbeck, Weaver Group. I can
Yes.
actually pronounce all that. They're English names. They did the original design, and then they were asked to be double-checked by 2 city managers ago.
They did not double-check the design. What
Okay.
they did is they went in, and the report that I saw was verifying the deliverables that the city thought they should be getting and whether or not they received them. But the actual design itself, that would have been much more expensive. They didn't go in there and get into the design and proof.
Okay. So on Appendix B, Budget Reconciliation, this
Okay.
column here, there's all kinds of cost overruns. I know a lot of it's attributed to COVID. Everything's attributed to COVID, actually, but much of it is. We know there's been inflation. But the one that keeps jumping out to me, and the name that keeps jumping out to me, is Kimley Horn,
Yes?
which, as I understand it, is a intellectual company. It's not an asset-based company like an undergrounding company.
It's one of our CCNA contracts. It's an engineering contract.
Right, engineers.
Yeah.
And the overruns, I mean, I see one's 112, which is maybe the medium of this whole sheet, and then I see one that's at 320%, and another one that's at 320%. This company's name keeps coming up in things that I read, and I'm just wondering, is this the best vendor for us to be using for these things? Are they like the greatest thing since sliced bread? Or they were a favor to somebody, or
I don't know why they
what?
were selected. I can tell you that they have done outstanding work, that I'm working with them on Phase 2. If you look at the 320, for instance, where we're talking about construction support services, that is 320% because somebody decided we only needed $50,000 to do it, and that's not a reasonable estimate. I had no, so if you look at Phase 1, there was $85,000 on Phase 1, which is a smaller scope, than the $50,000 for construction support in Phase 2A and B. So I can absolutely tell you any one of these line items, if you want me to explain where that overage came from, I can take you down to that detail. With the Kimley Horn ones, I don't know where they came up with the numbers for the budget. They weren't reasonable, but what I see right here is per our contract with them.
Okay.
And
So,
what we expect to need for a project of that stature.
so based on your time here, you have confidence in Kimley Horn as being a quality service provider for the city.
They have been outstanding to work with on this project, and it's a fairly complex project with a lot going on. I'm not saying that we have lots of very fine vendors that we're working with, but I have no complaints with Kimley Horn. They've been responsive. They are doing the easement support as well, which takes a great deal of interaction with the public. We're asking them to give us their property for infrastructure, and they've handled that with respect, and they've been wonderful and diligent, and that is our biggest risk with this project, by the way. There's funding, which is always a concern, but we do not have enough city property to put this equipment on. We have to have easements to get it done. And that's what they have been working hand in hand with me on for 2 years now, locking down the easements for Phase 2. When I came on board, we had Phase 1 easements in place with the exception of a couple I had to pick up. But that has been a huge effort.
Are they better than CW or CPWG in that respect?
CPWG at the time, I can't, I hate to make the comparison. There's a lot of history I don't know about, and I wasn't around until construction with CPWG. I didn't have any problems working with CPWG, and I know they've done a lot for the city over the years, especially with stormwater and some of our reports and things like that. Kimley Horn has a deeper bench, meaning if I have a specialty problem, they can find somebody on staff that is an expertise in that area. So that is a big benefit. When you're a project manager. For instance, you'll see in here that we have to convert the service feeds to one of the pump stations in Phase 1 because Duke Energy can't give us an open delta at ground level. That was not something that was foreseen, and so with Kimley Horn, we could pull in the people who actually designed the pump station to help us design what we needed to get to the next step, and that was very quick and easy. So there's definitely benefits to that. I didn't have any problems with either vendor. I wouldn't come up here and disparage either of them. They were both very, very good to work with, and Phase 1 went well. We got everything in, and it was on time. And like I said, it was 14% over the original budget, but with a project this size, that isn't normally to be unexpected. That's pretty typical.
Okay, to probably everybody's delight, I'm down to my last page for you. Aside from looks and potential wind exposure, what's the downside of not doing Phase 2B?
If you don't do 2B, it's aesthetics and reliability, resiliency. You're not going to get the benefits of those things. We are looking, there are state grants for resiliency that I'm trying to look at, finding some funding on, and we are a great candidate for those resiliency grants with the undergrounding on a barrier island of your electric utility. So I'm very hopeful that we will find that funding without asking the city to fund that to finish it. But it is primarily aesthetics and the vulnerability of the utility.
Okay. So you being the number 2 engineer in the city, I believe that's correct. Is that right? Or are you the number 3?
I'm not going there.
Okay. All right. Well, you're an engineer in the city, is that not correct?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
All right. Thank you. So if we can't get grants for the $6 million, and we got to pay that out of pocket, would we be better served? I'm asking for an opinion, which maybe is dangerous in this environment. Would we be better served to spend $6 million to do Phase 2B, or would we be better served to focus on seawalls, pipes, drains, and maintenance?
I would not, in good conscience, recommend taking money away from anything to do with our water threats and our watershed management plan. The thing about this project is, in fact, that we got funding that was designated for it, so we didn't have that struggle. Where do we put the money? I don't know that I would come back to you asking for $6 million with the other things we're competing with if I wasn't successful in finding a grant or some other funding source.
Very good. I appreciate that answer, and I very much appreciate you here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Now, with CPWG, they were design built for Reddington Beach?
Yes, they did. We piggybacked off of their contract for ours here, and that's when we intended to go design build. It was that piggyback, and then there was a decision made that the contract didn't support design build, and that's when they decided to go design bid build.
My understanding is Reddington had a very successful undergrounding as well.
To my understanding. Anytime you go design build, it's to save time and money. I mean, that's the whole approach. You do more quicker without as many knowns, and you take the risk of those change orders, but you generally come out ahead.
And on that 6.1 mil that we're looking at for a 2B, were you thinking 20% by the time we get to it that it's going to increase cost?
I would say 2B are not firm numbers. Those are budgetary estimates because they will expire. On 2A, the only thing that you see change is going to be the underground construction when I get a bid in. But in 2B, yes. Depending on how long it takes us, even with the binding cost estimates that I have, they could likely expire. The budgetary estimate for the underground construction is in line with the scope and the price increases that we're seeing. So I hope it's not going to change too much, but there is the potential in 2B.
Just because I'm looking at a 50% over a time period of 4 years, which is substantial.
It is, but again, that budget, I say it with a grain of salt that over that 4 years, it went up 50%. I found no supporting documentation for that original budget to make it something that was solid. It really looked like an entire budgetary estimate from a conceptual standpoint. It wasn't a built budget.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the city manager and the city staff for putting this report together. Couldn't have been comfortable to come up here and show those numbers, disturbing as they may be. But I always want to make sure that we do not shoot the messenger.
Yeah.
Right, so I think what Commissioner Mulholland said is like we appreciate the candor and we appreciate the direct answers to some tough and uncomfortable questions sometimes. Again, I appreciate taking the time to put this together because I know we've had a lot of questions about this over the last few months. And I'm hoping that for our residents and for the public, this helps you understand the situation a little better. You know, some of this has come as a surprise to, even to me, and I've been here, for the last year and a half working through this stuff. And thank you for doing this. All right. And do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
One request, anyway. I would like to add to a discussion item, I'd like us to have a hopefully brief conversation about ordinance 2024-06.
Which ordinance is that?
That is the ordinance on parking that I believe, because of notices, isn't on tonight's agenda and won't be on an agenda until the 8th. And I would like to have a discussion before the second reading with the commission on that matter.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have 3 requested changes. I'd like to pull consent item 4E and action item 5B and bring them back at a future meeting. And I also would like to ask for a reordering of the agenda to move 6A the ordinance related to the single-family residential project to come directly after 5D, as they are related, and the presentation will cover both items.
Thank you.
And I have one for consent, B. If we can pull it to action.
4B.
Yes, 4B, sorry.
Okay, we're going to pull 4B, and that will be 5F. Any other changes? All right, since we had a presentation on the moratorium, I think it'd be prudent to have a discussion on the moratorium as well, please. That'll be discussion item 7B. And then I would also like to add a very short discussion on the planning board and the supplies and resources that they're provided. Okay, if there's no further amendments, can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I make a motion to approve the modified agenda for the St. Pete Beach City Commission, Monday, September 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Second. And City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any general audience comments?
I have one, Ann Borghetti.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ann Borghetti. I live at 3123 West Maritana in St. Pete Beach. I'm here to talk to you about the flooding, both the tidal flooding and the standing water that is on either side of my property. My property is on the corner of Maritana and Alfonso. And this past, well, I look back, and I have been complaining about this issue for 10 years. The city put in, I guess it's called an outfall. I learned that because it looks like a ski ramp, and it's in front of my house. And the men were very nice when they were constructing it, but I didn't see anybody maintaining it. When we complained, they came to repair it, and they told us that it was under warranty and that it was not constructed correctly. Well, that has been twice now that it has been totally, supposedly fixed. This past week, the water came into the area, and it was so bad I could not get into my property or get out of my property without going through water. I'm not an engineer, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that there's something wrong. The way it's built on either side of this outfall, the seawall isn't built up to even my level of the seawall. The water seeps in. Now, the standing water has always been in front of my house in West Maritana. This morning, men were there, and they did a grading, I guess, or a milling. It looks really ugly, but you know what? There's half the water that was there before, and I thank them for their action. But the city paid for the side of my property on Alfonso. I believe it was Suncoast Paving, repaved. Well, when they repaved, they took up the hot top, a layer, but then they put in another layer. They never brought it up to the road back to the original height. So now I have a constant large body of water. I understand that you're going to be, the city manager is going to be walking the property tomorrow, and I thank you for that. But this city's action and inaction is adversely affecting my property. I want you to make the flooding a priority. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action items, 5A, our interlocal agreement with the Pinellas Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon, Jennifer McMahon, Acting Assistant City Manager. Before you is the interlocal agreement that we bring to the commission every year for our Pinellas County Sheriff's Office to continue policing our city. This year, the budgeted amount is $3,504,588, and that is a 6.64 increase from last year. And it also includes the $250,000 that we added in last year's agreement. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce Captain Leinert with Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, who is here to do a short presentation and answer any questions that you may have. Captain Leinert.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Good to see you again. So realistically, obviously, we enjoy the relationship we have with the city and its citizens and that. The sheriff would be here tonight. He had another engagement, so obviously you get me. So I have, in lieu of a presentation or anything, I was more or less that if you had any questions with the contract or anything with service or anything, I can answer that maybe could come up, or I can run down with the services if you prefer, whichever way you'd like me to handle it.
I think we can just do a quick synopsis of the service.
Okay.
And then we can
Very good, Mayor.
ask any questions we may have.
And I assume everybody has the worksheet. Okay, very good. I'll just go right down the items so as not to take too much time. If you're looking at item A on the worksheet on the contract, is that, you have it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Item A, it'll say that you have 10 deputies times a multiplier. The 10 deputies, so you're all aware, you have 2 deputies on day shift and a sergeant. And then on night shift, you have 3 deputies and a sergeant. So it works out to 5 deputies each shift and 2 sergeants each shift. And it takes 2 shifts to cover 24/7. So you have 10 deputies total and 4 sergeants. So the line item A is for those 5 deputies on both shifts. That gives you the 10. And there's a 1.2 relief factor, meaning on this item, when the deputy is off, you have to have some type of relief. So if it's vacation, training, out sick or something like that, that's where that 0.2 comes from. So it factors in relief. When you move on to, item C, that's your special enforcement deputies, that's your community policing officers. So you have 3 CPOs for short. They do not come with a relief factor, so you don't pay the additional cost, but when they're off, they're typically off. Now, take it with a grain of salt. If you have a special event and your CPO's off and you need your event here, we adjust and we work it out. But you do not pay a relief factor for that position. The fourth, item D, is the 4 sergeants I talked about. So we run the squads where the sergeant, it's a squad, so your deputies are in a squad and they're run by a sergeant that reports to a lieutenant, that in turn reports to a captain, and so on. But the 4 sergeants are the one that are running day-to-day business for y'all. You have additional support positions. When the city first came over, you have a full-time detective. A public safety telecommunicator is like a 911 call taker, for lack of better terms. And you do have 1 school crossing guard that handles Gulf Beach Elementary. That's the only one in your city. Under your vehicle costs, they break it down. They break it down by, they had a study years ago. They did how many miles they drive on average. So there again, you see your 10, that's your patrol deputies. So it says they're driving 36 miles there a day on average. And then your 4 sergeants are below that. Your 3 CPOs are below that. And then your 1 detective there. So it just kind of breaks it all out. The vehicle cost is going to be the cost of the vehicle itself, the maintenance, the mileage, the fuel, the upkeep, and all that. If you go down to supervision again, you pay a portion of the 1 lieutenant I mentioned. So the lieutenant runs the entire shift. So anytime you have day shift or night shift, you have a lieutenant in North County and a lieutenant out of Central County. So that's that portion of that. There's a multiplier for the supervision. The good news is, out of all the crime, or not all the crime, out of all the offenses, incidents, and FIRs, field interviews, out of all of that says 5.7% falls in St. Pete Beach. So there's 95% of that other crime is elsewhere than St. Pete Beach. And then it'll break down, I'm sorry, that was under G. If you go to H, the equipment is everything other than the Tahoe that I talked about. So that's everything else we bring to the game, everything else. I tell you, helicopters, buses, whatever you name it, that's not the Tahoe, that's where the equipment goes there. And then indirect is the way it explains to me, because I asked the fiscal people this, it's all the indirect costs associated with running a business. So it could be like your human resources for your hiring and stuff like that. Anything ancillary to run your own police department, basically, or sheriff's office. And that breaks down, and then you have the last line item is the 250 standalone. That's just only if you use it. I think I checked as of, this is your last month on fiscal, I think you used 137 of that last check, about 137, 140. So you'll get, I think you're paying about 20 grand a month on that. That'll come back at the end of the month. It's not like we keep the money, but it is set aside at the beginning. So if you do use it, it's there. If it's not, then it comes back to the city. We don't maintain it. And that's pretty much in a nutshell of what you have on your coverages. I can answer any specific question.
Thank you. Questions?
I have just one question.
Sure.
Mayor. In the line item, and this is just out of curiosity, my daughter goes to Gulf Beaches, so I'm familiar with the school, and I don't remember, is school crossing guards something that we're reimbursed back from the school board for offering that service? Because I remember the nice lady that used to be the crossing guard there, and I know now she's no longer with us, but there was, I guess, a change in the contract to add that, or is it reimbursed? Do you know?
So the good thing here is part of my other job is I'm in charge of the schools. So I have the SROs and school crossing guards of the 168 posts countywide that have 112 filled. It is not reimbursed. That's the city incurs that. So the only thing there is that no city or county has to have a school guard. It's not required. The only thing is that once it is required, you have to comply with Department of Transportation rules. So we have a program, obviously, that's compliant with that, but the school board doesn't pony up money towards it. It's the city. There are some cities that have, I think, 24 crossing guards. So, yeah, but that is completely borne by the city.
I'm not against it by any means. I know it's needed. I watch the kids come across. So.
There are some of the, we have an annual appreciation for memory. I cannot see how it's so hot out there and so disgusting. I'm blessed to have them, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Do you have any public comments?
I do have, excuse me, Mayor, one question, and not for the deputy, but I think with the city manager. When I was looking at the budget, our operating budget, and I have page 259 and 311, so our actual budget, and the numbers are different. Our operating budget is 3.58 million 250. Like, it doesn't match the numbers that are here. And on page 177, I mean, it's off by $500, but the funding is different from what the actual expense is. So it's on that summary page, and I'm just trying to figure out, why is it different? I know there's different breakdowns, but the operating cost is different on the budget than what we have on this action item. I don't know if anybody saw that, or do I wait for budget discussions?
I'm not sure where the discrepancy is. I know that this sheet came to us before Al finalized the budget that we presented to the Finance and Budget Committee meeting. So
you'll see it on page 311. It says contract amount 3.255. And then the operating, page 259 is different. And I can forward this, later, and I guess when we talk about budgets, we can.
Yeah, we can make an administrative change tomorrow when you take action.
Thank you.
All right, questions, comments, discussion? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office interlocal agreement with Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for law enforcement services from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025 for $3,504,588.00.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next, we have item 5C, adopt resolution 2024-07.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce to coordinate and oversee the Business Site Improvement Grant Program and providing for an effective date.
If we can go to the PowerPoint. Thank you. Jennifer McMahon. So we're going to walk you through this program and kind of a timeline. So when we started our strategic planning 4 or 5 years ago, it was identified to come up with a business grant program for different reasons. Some of the drive was to get businesses, small businesses under 50 employees, the opportunity to come up to code if there was something on their property that they were being noticed a violation, or to do improvements to their site. So things like grease traps, doing repaving your parking lot, restriping your parking lot, and so that's where it was. It began. So it was in the $50,000 was budgeted in FY23 to help execute the program. We partnered with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce, a nonprofit. We were advised to do that so the city wasn't writing checks to different businesses throughout the city, so that it can oversee the application process and giving out the grants and things of that nature. So we partnered with them. A review committee was formed, and it was asked of us to have an employee from the St. Pete Beach as part of the review committee, and that was myself, the chamber president, Robin Miller, Sitter of Treasure Island city manager at the time, Amy Davis, and a consultant with Pinellas County Economic Development. And that was the review committee that we went through all the applications for that FY23. 12 businesses were awarded in that cycle, 3 were denied, and all but $15,175.57 remained in the funding that rolled over into FY24. The city met with the chamber about the 2023 grant cycle in January of 2023. Grant applications were accepted starting March of 2023. It should be the 2024, sorry. The first line is 2024 grant cycle. We started accepting applications. The review committee met in May. Then we brought that before commission to execute the agreements and do the awards, awarding of those grants. They were informed by the Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce that the final decision was for those that applied. Never received an agreement or contracted award. They were informed by Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. Final decision was going to the commission. The agreement went before commission in July 2023. City staff was asked to clarify a few questions and return to the commission for review. The agreement again went before commission September 26, 2023 with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce requesting withdrawal from the program and their involvement based on that meeting. The Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber then returned the remaining funds from the original cycle in the amount of $15,175.57. The city does have $50,000 budgeted in this current year's budget for this initiative to continue if the commission votes to move it forward. These are some examples of some of the projects that was funded in that first cycle. The American Legion Post, they did extensive work. I think they received, the max you could receive was $7,500 for any of these grants, and I think they put in over $40,000 if I remember correctly. And Robin could probably know more. The Bayview Plaza Waterfront Resort received funding to, again, to do a mural and improve their site. To give you an idea, these are the list of all the applicants for that first cycle and the amount that was awarded. So there were some that were denied for various reasons. Some, like the Beach Theater, was not open. Part of the requirements is you had to be in business for at least a year. Pure Vita Volleyball was the same. They just moved into the Dolphin Village, so they did not qualify. The Helm had some, their project didn't qualify. So there were different items on here for reasons that they were not approved. And then you see the dollar amounts, and there were 3 that did not complete the projects, and that's where the $15,175 remained in the budget, or in the account for the chamber, which they then returned to the city. From the applicants that we took this year, that we reviewed, here's the list of those that applied, whether they were a chamber member or not, and the amount that was recommended for award by that review committee, totaling $40,000 in total. So that gives you an idea of some of the things that they were asking for. So a parking lot, awning over a patio, garbage dumpster enclosure, which would got them up to code, an awning for a pool, parklet construction, which was denied, North Beach windsurfing for facade, paint, new door, sign, La Casa de Plan to do some work on their sign, mural for Bay Palms, the center for a mural, and fixed wall and landscape and a parking lot. And PCI is over 50,000 employees, so they didn't meet the criteria as well. So,
Over how many employees?
over 50 is the requirement. You have to have under 50 in order to apply. We really were focusing on small businesses for this. So these are the 2 businesses that did complete the work so far this year, which I think is why we're here doing the presentation. So the options that are available for you, and both myself and Robin are here to answer questions, is to continue with the program as it has been established for FY24 with existing applications, as I showed 2 slides ago. Start with a new application process, exclude existing applications, and carry over the FY24 budget into the 25 budget, because we did take it out of the 25 budget based on this year not expensing it, or discontinue the program in totality. So I'd be happy to answer the questions, as well as Robin Miller here from the chamber.
Commissioners, questions, comments?
It says here that the completed work without approval letter, did anybody receive approval letters?
No.
None of them. None of the applicants did.
May I? So at the time of the review, we made a call to say that they were preliminarily approved upon the sign-off from the commission, and they were told not to do any work until they had that agreement letter, which are the same agreement letters that we had issued the year prior.
I'd like to make one comment real quick before we get any further, and my business is on the list of folks who applied and were approved for 2024. I didn't receive any money, just like all the other businesses. And in January, when I was appointed to the commission, I assumed that meant I was no longer eligible as a member of the commission. So I'd officially like to get removed from the list. I don't want anyone to think that I'm, mixing stuff up here, but Once I was appointed to the commission, I figured that was not something that we would be involved in anymore. We did the work on our own. But I just wanted to make everyone clear that I'm not. I'm expecting to be removed from that list.
And that is true. It's on the application itself that any board member or anybody who has affiliation with the city would not qualify or would not be approved. I think it's on part of the application or the guidelines. I think it's in your packet.
Mr. Mayor, whenever
Certainly.
my time's up.
Go ahead.
First of all, thanks, Commissioner Marriott. I appreciate you pointing that out. Just as a general comment, I have a little experience in business, and my attitude is that municipal government should do no harm. I'm not sure that I really love this program, particularly we have so many needs, particularly as it relates to public works. I'm just not sure that spending $50,000 to help businesses, no matter how honorable and laudable that might be. We just have so many needs in this city that at some point we're going to have to make the decision that we're going to spend money on what we really, really need to spend money on. And as a former business owner, I just don't see this as something that I would expect my municipal government to be providing to me. It'd be nice, but it wouldn't be an expectation. I think the expectation in this city is that we roll up our sleeves and get to work on our infrastructure. So that's my feeling on this particular program. As honorable as it might be or intended to be, I just don't think that we should be spending, even most people would say, well, if it's $50,000, that's nothing. Well, that's a whole heck of a lot of potholes we can fill. So that's my position.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Thank you. And I completely agree with Commissioner on your comments. I have a couple of questions. One, out of the ones that have been identified as approved, whichever methods were used, I heard from Jennifer mention at the beginning of this program, it was, I believe, from what I remember sitting in the audience, was something that would help with businesses that were out of compliance or had been not meeting a code or what may be, right? And then it's kind of morphed into something else. But out of that list of those who've been approved, are any of them there, one that is of need based off of a code violation? Do we know?
I can tell you that the 3 that didn't follow through, where we reimbursed the money, I believe all 3 of those are in some degree the onset of reason that this started. And I would like, for the record, that, this original plan, as you've just stated, was an advantageous and a very nice plan, right, for those that were in a code violation to bring them up in a more speedy way, because it was very costly. This was not by any means a chamber going to the city and saying, let's spend money on business. Mm-hmm. The city came to the chamber and said, help us make this available. But right now, looking at that current list, I only think there's one, right, that would be a result of a code violation.
The dumpster. Yeah,
the dumpster, which is the Saint, which I honestly, I don't work in the city, but I think they probably have rectified that by now. I mean, I know that they kept emailing me over and over and over, hey, did they sign, are we getting a contract? And I had to keep telling them no. But I don't disagree with you, Commissioner, that I do think that there were components of the program that allowed for other uses based on aesthetics. Oh my God, La Casa del Pane sign, you couldn't even read it. It was faded. That was, I think, a good, good gesture for the business community that does provide impact in the community. But I did step up to the podium as Commissioner Mulholland was speaking because, for me, as the Chamber CEO, and we advocate for business and be good partners of the municipality, I do not disagree with the Commissioner. I think there were great intentions of the program. And I would say from my experience, 17 plus years here, is that you have good intentions and it's okay to sunset a program that served a purpose. We had to actually run, duck, peg, knock, call, email to get people to apply. And I know the former mayor, he went and knocked on some businesses' doors in the first round. We put it on websites, emails, it was spoken about at the commission meeting. So you can even see in the second round, less applicants even applied. Some came in at the very last minute of the deadline. So again, I don't disagree with the comments there. I think there were good intentions. And I think, as we evolve as a community, there might be good intentions again. You never know. You may have a sign ordinance, that changes, and you may say, you know what, let's do something like this again.
Thank you. I have another question too, and Jennifer, maybe you could help with this. I do remember also that this program was in coordination with the resident program as well, which I think is another $50,000 that we had a program to help residents who were out of compliance.
No, that was a beautification for the right-of-way.
Or something, but was it similar? Was it done at the same time?
It came from the strategic plan as well, and to just grow our green canopy and pull up some asphalt and do some of the right-of-way plantings.
Okay. And was that another 50,000 too? Do you remember?
No, that was over 200,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that still existent?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to make a recommendation, and then we can also take audience comments as well.
I will just, before I did some math. If you take out Commissioner Marriott's plus the $15,000 that we got back from the chamber, it's only $17,827.80 that if you wanted to move forward with the existing applicants, that we would need to earmark. It's not another 50,000. So my quick math on here and what was returned to us in this fiscal year, it would shrink it down. So
I was about to save another $14,500. So my recommendation was to, one, remove the Saint. Either they've secured their code enforcement issue, but they're also for sale, or they just recently sold. So I'm not really sure that we should be working with a property that the owner is looking to, get out of town anyway. And then second of all, just because you're one business and you own three businesses that are all tied together, like the Bay Palms, puts you maybe under 50, when maybe you have over 50 employees when you put all the businesses and hotels that you own together. I think that's kind of just trying to cheat the system here, if you want my opinion, whether you ask for it or not. I'm also not a huge fan of murals, and I've mentioned that before. No surprise. So my recommendation would be to remove the Saint, Bay Palms, which then really only leaves the two businesses that have already completed the work. I think, when they originally applied for this program, I think in good faith we should honor that. They in good faith applied. It's not their fault that we delayed this process for a year. If the events that happened at that commission meeting last year hadn't transpired the way they did, they would have received their money a long time ago and have already moved on. So my recommendation would be that we, address those two businesses that already spent the money, and then for the time being, we sunset the program.
Which two was that, Mr. Mayor?
The St. Pete Beach Produce and Casa del Pond. Both of those are on Gulf Boulevard, almost not quite directly across the street from each other, but not too far.
Mayor, you're missing the Helm.
For some reason, I thought that they already withdrew or something.
They did not.
The year before.
They didn't?
That was they applied the year before, did not qualify, and then they restructured their application adequately and were awarded. And then I just do, for the record, want to say that though Bay Palms, Plaza Beach, and Bayview are owned by the same ownership group, they do have less than 50 employees with those three properties combined. Absolutely. They run across the street and run all three of those resorts. So I just want to make sure that, and I understand the mural aspect, but I just want to, for the record, let you know they have way less than 50 employees.
I think if you come to a commission meeting and you park your Ferrari 2 blocks down the street so no one sees you, maybe you don't need the $7,000, but what do I know?
Not my place to judge who drives a car or...
Yeah, I'm just saying, we should look at other criteria as well as to who we award it to. And again, I appreciate, Commissioner Marriott withdrawing from it just on principle alone. I think on principle alone, I'm not sure that that really meets the criteria. But I leave it to the other 4 commissioners to help make that decision.
I would be a little bit concerned about taking a process that's already happened, that had set rules, and then pulling somebody out of that later for basically just because we decided it ought to be need-based at the last minute or something like that. I think that's I just don't think that's a good look on how the commission operates. I mean, if they qualified based on the rules that were written at the time, I'm not comfortable going back now and picking out, in this case, picking out one person and saying, you drive a Ferrari and I don't like murals, so we're not giving you the money. I think that's a bad look.
We picked out multiples, and actually it was at the discretion of the commission. The chamber made the recommendation, here are the individuals that we recommend, and it was at the commission's discretion whether to approve one, all, or some of those.
Is that true? Is that what happened the prior year?
The chamber does not make the recommendation.
The commission made the criteria.
And the committee made the recommendation of the businesses together. The city provided, with what I understand is a review from the legal team on what that would look like. The chamber solely executed and collected applications, exhaustively reviewed them, organized it, and then met as a committee with City of St. Pete Beach, City of Treasure Island as a city manager, as an unbiased person, and economic development as an unbiased party. And then that was brought forward to you all.
Thank you.
Is there an expectation with any of the 3 or 4 that have performed the work that they're definitely getting this money? Do they have that expectation, or is there a realization that it still has to be approved and it's not guaranteed? So if you go forward with your projects, don't 100% count on the city providing additional relief to you, or financing or funding to you, I guess is the word.
Very good question. It was clearly communicated to all of the businesses that were preliminary awarded that they were not to start the work until they had the contract provided by the City of St. Pete Beach and signed. There has been one of those businesses, which is St. Pete Beach Produce, that has asked me if they're getting their money, when are they getting their money, and I have sent an email, I think even to the city manager, that I communicated that very clearly, that they were told not to start the work until they had the contract signed. All of the other businesses have been waiting. The Saint, like I said, had emailed me probably about 3 times over until the final meeting that we had before the commission.
So just so I'm clear, the business owners in every case are fully aware that there is no guarantee on getting a funding supplement from the city.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I spoke with 2 of the applicants, and that was not the impression. They were under the impression that they were approved. So there is some dispute on that.
I just kind of feel like if you're in business, you have to guard. You have to be very cautious for free money. So, yeah, I'm concerned that we're going to pick winners and losers here is based on business people's understanding of something that really was never in writing. I'm sympathetic to them, but running a business isn't necessarily an easy thing.
No, it's not, but they did do due diligence on what they did and did do the work as well. And they were given a verbal on that. And I have asked, too, as well, what they received back. I know that there were emails going back and forth, and answers weren't promptly given to them. So there is some concerns on that. Since we do have the money and we have talked about this, and it seems to have gone down substantially than the 50,000, I can't tell you if Bay Palms has 50 employers or not. If it has 50 employees, obviously that between its 3 companies, then it shouldn't be in the program as well. But I would be fine with going ahead and going with the ones that do, and just then sunsetting the program until we see more later, a need for it later. I mean, we have spent $50,000 on sidewalks to nowhere right around the corner over here.
Hopefully, though, we're all, I get the sense we all want to fix all that.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Sure.
And I do agree with Commissioner Mahalan on this point, because 8 out of these 10 did not do the work and did what they were told, right? So this is the teacher in me, right? You know, you were given a rule, you chose not to abide by the rule. I don't know their financial backing either. I don't know what cars they drive or what they do, right? So I would say the same thing, you know, if we're going to make those comments. Again, I don't know what car they drive, right? So, and that's not a criteria either. And I think, you know, we do have workshops coming with prioritizing things in the city. And, you know, I don't think this is a priority for the city. Even if $50,000 can correct the potholes, like Commissioner Mahalan mentioned, or fix a drain somewhere that's not flowing, I think that's what we should be doing, and not this. So that's where I stand.
I mean, my opinion is that I would be fine with either saying we're not doing it at all and not paying anybody, or pay the 4 that qualified or still under the same ownership and haven't been paid. And then again, I agree with sunsetting the program at this time. You know, so I'm fine with either one of those. I'm not fine with picking people out here at this time.
So which 4 is that?
So that would be, oh shoot, let me get this list back up. So that would be St. Pete Beach Produce, Casa del Pen, Bay Palms, and the Helm. So it would be removing off of the list that we have here, removing myself, as I said, and then removing the Saint, because I think it's not the same ownership as it was when they applied. Correct.
Mayor, can I ask, and if, let's just say theoretically, the Saint would have done the work under the prior, then we'd be okay with it? You know, I mean, we're setting new criteria here, and I agree with, you know, what we're saying is, like, why are we setting these rules? I mean, you just mentioned that before.
I agree, and I guess I don't know the answer to that
And
question.
I also see that they did work without approval, you know, so.
Yeah, right, yeah, I mean, yeah.
City Clerk, do we have any audience comments? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to deny Resolution 2024-07, an agreement with Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce to coordinate and oversee business site improvement grant program. And I also request that the city manager reallocate to Public Works maintenance the funds that derive from this denial.
Is there a second?
I guess I just have a question. Is the for the city manager or the city attorney, is the reallocation of funds, is that a workable part of this motion, or?
Frankly, I mean, it probably should be 2 motions, to be honest with you. I mean, I think you should separate them out so that you're not mixing 2 different topics. I think the city manager is better to speak on allocation of the budget and things of that nature.
Thank you. I would just ask on the clarification on the second motion. I would recommend that you reallocate it to the capital program if that's the desire of the commission, and then we could bring back which project we recommend you allocate to based on the needs.
I'm
the
sorry.
capital improvement program, it could go into that program, and then we could bring back at a future decision point which project that it would go to, so the commission has a say on that allocation specifically.
Okay. I make a motion to deny Resolution 2024-07, an agreement with Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce to coordinate and oversee the business site grant program. And I make a second motion.
We'll just
One at
one at a time.
Sorry.
I second.
Any further discussion? City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Vice Mayor, did you want to make the second motion?
Sure. I make a motion that the $50,000 reallocated from the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce program be reallocated to the capital improvement funds budget.
Second.
I would like to amend the motion to also include the 14,000 and change from the 2023 fiscal year, be included in that amount. Is there a second for the amended motion?
What do you have this?
I think the mover has to accept the motion
Yeah.
at the amendment, and then the second.
No, you can do it. You could do it that way, but typically we do what the mayor is saying. We make an amendment, and then we have a second on the amendment, and then we go back to the main motion with the amendment. But I'm just going to ask, you said 14 and change.
I don't know what the actual amount was. Jennifer, do you know what the actual amount is? I think it was 14 or 15,000.
So it would be 50,000 plus the 15,175.57 that was returned. So we're actually looking at putting into the CIP $65,175.57.
So it's 15,000.
175.57 plus the 50,000 in this current year's budget, yes.
The amendment was to include the 15,000.
So then we need a second on the amendment.
Second.
Okay. City Clerk, do we have a roll call on the amendment?
Okay, this is to approve the amendment to add in the 15,175.57 cents. Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries. Then I'm going to do roll call for the main motion for the $50,000 reallocated from this program to include the 15,175 and 57 cents that you just passed. Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action item 5D, quasi-judicial public hearing to approve preliminary plat number 24042, requested by Ellie Page of Bayside Engineering LLC for Smiley Snack Shack of St. Pete Beach.
This is the companion item, right? This is a companion item. Okay.
Okay, before we enter into the quasi-judicial part of this meeting, City Attorney?
Yes, I just wanted to also remind the commission that the manager had requested that 6A, which is first reading of ordinance 2403, I think, which is a change to the zoning district that this particular item is in. So they're companion items, however, one is quasi-judicial, the other, because it's affecting that piece of property. The other one is legislation that will be affecting everyone in that zoning district. It's a text change to the zoning district. However, I think the most efficient way of doing this is as a companion presentation at one time, but you'll be taking 2 votes. And then as far as the quasi-judicial procedure, the first thing for you all to do is to disclose any ex parte communications, any outside research that you've done other than what's in the packet, things of that nature. And then have the clerk or myself swear in any witnesses. Every testimony, all the testimony you take in has to be done under oath. So first thing you would want to do is here you go, do the ex parte disclosures.
Okay, we can start with District 1.
Sure. Other than what I read in the packet and reading just, I think, one email that I received on the issue, I also watched the planning board meeting regarding the same issue, and I drove past the property and checked it out.
Thank you.
District 2.
I watched the planning board meeting. I talked to a planning board member about that, and I read what was in the packet and the initial information that came out regarding the request. I read that months ago.
District 3.
I heard the TRC technical review meeting, planning board meeting as well. And this goes back for a while, so maybe you could help me with this one, because when I was president of the DCPOC and there was interest in that property, I'm not sure if that was the same buyer at that time. So I don't know if there was a second one, because if there was, then I spoke to that person on the phone, so you could clarify that if that's the
It's a
case.
different.
Okay, so it's not the same person, so no. That happened, but it has nothing to do with this. And then the second is because I did speak with many members of the DCPOC board and residents as well. The properties that are to the west of the property, while I was president of DCPOC, not after as commissioner, no one has called in regards to the project or against the project. So I did speak with DCPOC, reviewed the plat with them because they had questions about the subdivision's plat, which I had records of. So other than that, that's it.
District 4.
I received one email as it related to this item on tonight's agenda. I served on the Board of Adjustment when it came before the Board of Adjustment. I don't know how many months ago it was, 6, 7, whatever, 8. And I also attended the planning board meeting a week or two ago. I was physically here to observe the planning board meeting. So that's my level of communication beyond the packet.
Thank you, sir. I've watched the planning board meeting. I've reviewed the documents. I've read a couple of emails from residents and from the Don Cesar neighborhood. I met the individuals who I believe are buying the property, incidentally, at a restaurant one evening, not knowing who they were, and they introduced themselves, and they briefly spoke about their project. And I've been to Smiley's 100 times in the last many years. So, City Clerk, is there anyone we need to swear in, please?
If you plan to speak in front of the commission, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give or present to the City Commission tonight is truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. Katie Cole with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant developer of this project. So thank you. Based on all of your ex parte communication disclosures, it's quite obvious that this has been going on for a couple of years, and it's been a work in progress to get the best project for both the city, the owner, and the neighborhood here on this location. So I probably am not going to be as in-depth as the staff report, and the staff will be in there based on theirs, but I know that you all changed your procedures to have the applicant go first, and so I want to give more of an overview in the specific request and then answer any of your questions. So as the city manager requested and the city attorney advised, the request today, you have two things on the agenda. It's to allow for a fee simple townhome development in the resort facilities medium zoning district, where currently such townhomes cannot be individually platted. And so the two requests before you today is a text amendment to your RFM zoning district, as well as the subdivision standards with respect to how the city measures impervious surface ratio. And then the second request, it's actually first on your agenda, is to approve the preliminary plat itself. This, as we all know, is Smiley's. It's been there for quite a long time, and it has also been for sale for quite a long time, located in the Don Cesar Property Owners Association area. The preliminary plat was first brought forward to the Board of Adjustment in February of 2024 with respect to a side setback variance and a front setback variance. Looking at the building as a whole, those two requests were made based upon the floor plans of the units and the site plan. The Board of Adjustment unanimously recommended approval of those variances reflective of the site plan as it was proposed. As the developer sought to work with his investors, and then a new purchaser and developer stepped in to build this project, they started to work with the Don Cesar's Property Association to look at what did this project really look like. It was intended to be 4 individual units that would be used for candidly short-term rentals, which is permitted in this, much as you see in other beach communities, large homes where multiple families may or may not stay there. In working with the Don Cesar Property Owners Association, the purchaser and developer determined that that probably was not the best use for both the neighbors and for their business purposes, and sought to instead offer a fee-simple for-sale project. In August, just last month, the Board of Adjustment recommended approval of the preliminary plat based on the for-sale project. Because the Board of Adjustment sees the plat, but the Planning Board sees the text amendment, then the text amendment went forward last month as well to the Planning Board, where there was also a recommendation of approval. This is the project that the Board of Adjustment saw in February and was also discussed with the Don Cesar Property Owners Association, and is reflective of the site plan. And I know I'm talking site plan, and your decision before you today is really the preliminary plat, but I just thought it was important to give context to the project. At the Planning Board, there was a lot of discussion about the resort facilities medium, and I'll transition here to discuss about the text amendment, because I think the preliminary plat, obviously, there are criteria that your staff reviewed with respect to whether the survey data is correct, whether the lot sizes are correct and such, and based on the staff report and the application that's in the record, that's reflected as conforming, with the exception of the 2 matters that are the subject of this text amendment. The text amendment is specific to the resort facilities medium category. The resort facilities medium category is, for lack of a better description, a holdover category where there aren't very many properties zoned resorts facility medium in the city of St. Pete Beach any longer. In fact, there are 11 total properties or parcels that have that type of zoning. This is where the property is located now. You can see the large property to the south is the Don Cesar itself, both the hotel and the adjacent parking lot. And then to the north, the odd-shaped kind of red parcel you can see, or brown, orange, is both Smiley's as well as a condominium behind Smiley's. Here's an aerial view of that area, so you can see how it looks, and you can see Smiley's there in the center. The balance of the resort facilities medium property is near Upham Beach, and you can see that these is mostly made of condominiums, which are used for short-term rentals or permanent stays. So there's, the city, as you know, doesn't restrict in this zoning category the difference between the two, so it would be the condominium associations themselves that would make up those rules. These are the only remnant RFM zoning categories. The resort facilities medium category allows for multifamily residential dwellings, which is how this project had moved forward in the past. It was a 4-unit multifamily project that has been going through the process for construction. The text amendment requests to add attached residential dwellings to this list of permitted uses. Attached single-family dwellings in your code means a group of 3 or more closely placed interrelated single-family dwelling units that are side by side, i.e. townhomes. And so that's the request today. Currently, the detached single-family would be like a single-family home. Multifamily is obviously more, has more units than what was contemplated as opposed to side by side. The proposed project would comply with this attached single-family definition. One thing in your code, you do have a provision in your code with respect to the, with respect to the attached single family. That section of the code requires certain provisions, including gives the city the allowance to request verification with respect to common ownership and common maintenance. And so the common maintenance and common ownership is generally reflected in association documents, and that would be done in this case as well. Part of the discussion with the Property Owners Association was specific to the use of these and how those would be reflected in the documents. So my client has been working with the association attorney directly, working through those things, and the language proposed currently in the lease, in the HOA documents, and of course this is in draft form, I do want to say that, but working through it with the association attorney, is that there would be, in accordance, no transient rentals, and then based on your code definition, the minimum lease term should be 30 days and a maximum of 3 times per year. So that comes directly out of your code, and that's what the owner is agreeing to encumber. So based upon that, in the discussions with the Don Cesar Property Owners Association, they have issued a letter of support with the condition that there aren't any of these short-term rentals. So that's an overview of the request. We do have our engineer of record, Eli Payne with Bayside Engineering, who's here that can speak to the specifics of the plat and the dimensional requirements of the plat. And I do want to go back because it's not highlighted here. There was a lot of discussion at the planning board about the ISR and how that fits, and I want to be sure to address that. So if you look on the plat, and Eli, I might ask you to go ahead and come on up if you don't mind. If you look on the plat, you can see that there's common areas on the outside of the parcels that are prepared to be individually owned. That common area would be what would be generally in any other multifamily development used to calculate the impervious surface ratio. In this case, if these are used platted as individual lots, the individual lot would be used to calculate the impervious surface ratio. Mm-hmm. That becomes somewhat of an untenable calculation because you have a much smaller lot with a home and then a common area. And so the change proposed is to include this common area basically in the calculation for ISR. So I'll ask our engineer if we need to further clarify that before I move on.
Yeah, just with townhomes, you have
introduce yourself.
Eli Payne, Bayside Engineering, 2054 Central Avenue. With townhomes, the impervious surface ratio is usually based on the zoning lot as opposed to the individual lot. So with the text change to add single family attached into this district, you will also need to add that zoning lot criteria for the impervious surface ratio.
So basically, the change allows for the developer and the engineers to look at the parcel as a whole prior to carving it up. I think one of the things that was a point of conversation at the planning board that you all saw and that we've been talking about is why is this option important? So the point of this is to allow for fee simple home ownership. There's no restriction. Generally, municipalities don't restrict the type of ownership. They just restrict the look and form of the buildings that are on there. So this opens up your code to allow to eliminate the restriction on the type of ownership. This project could be a condominium form of ownership today and candidly proceed generally as it is, as a condominium. But the owners don't feel that that's the best for the future owners of these units or the city. It encourages, the text amendment encourages the alienability of property without being encumbered by the condo documents. It maintains the city control because you do have these code provisions already with respect to single family attached. And it, the current code does force the condominium form of ownership as opposed to allowing these other types of ownership, this other type of ownership. As you've read in the papers and seen in Tallahassee, there's currently a lot of discussion about the condominium form of ownership, what the requirements are for condominium owners, how that translates into property maintenance and reserves, and what the ability for condominium owners in the long run to maintain those parcels are. This while it requires, because of your city review and the code provisions, still those association documents, which would require reserves and owners associations and maintenance, it removes the questions and the significant impacts of the terrible tragedy on the East Coast and the new legislation that has impacted so many because of that. So with that, we would request approval of the preliminary plat, as well as approval of the 2 changes to the text. Happy to answer any questions. Do have the contract purchaser here, who is the developer proposing this, as well as obviously Mr. Payne, who can speak to the dimensional criteria of the plat as needed.
Thank you. Questions?
So, ma'am, just a couple clarifications. At the Board of Adjustment, you stipulated and agreed to 2-car garages. I know that's what's depicted here. I just want to be certain that that is locked in.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, Commissioner, before the last meeting, Mr. Berry and I pulled up those minutes from the Board of Adjustment to ensure that all of those conditions were included, and yes, it still is.
Okay, good.
And nothing that happened at that meeting in February would change because that variance is still being relied upon.
I didn't want to assume anything.
Correct.
The next question, I think you addressed it. Are you saying that you are willing to stipulate that there will be no short-term rentals on this property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Those are my 2 questions.
Thank you.
I just have one question. What is the percentage of impervious then as a whole?
Right above. The required is 30%. I think we're at like 35%.
35?
Of pervious.
Okay, thank you.
Was there a Plan B?
Is there a Plan B?
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at in terms of, rewriting our land development code seems to be a rather extreme step, especially while we're in the process of doing a comprehensive plan review. It also seems to set kind of a interesting precedent.
Certainly.
I might call it dangerous.
I would disagree that it's a dangerous precedent or a precedent at all, but rather two things, and that's obviously a discussion that was had at the planning board as well. Codes are living, breathing documents, the same way you all are embarking upon a major rewrite of your comprehensive plan. That's what cities do on a regular basis. You've had an applicant who's identified a quirk of your code, that one form of ownership is permitted, but another form is not. That prohibition on the form of townhome ownership generally prohibits the alienability of property, which is a concern, and so this addresses that concern. If with 11 parcels, I would venture to guess that the RFM zoning category might disappear anyway in the future, and so I think that this is an interim step to allow a project that appears to have widespread support to move forward in an expeditious manner and get it constructed.
I don't know about widespread support. I didn't receive any emails in favor or against it, for that matter.
There is a letter of support in your packet, and the clip of it that I've added to the PowerPoint from the association, and I as was stated at the planning board meeting as well that you watched, the association had several conversations about it, and one of those members did report as to the support of the association and her neighbors.
So then going back to Plan B, right, is there another option besides rewriting our land development code?
I think my client would have to decide if they're willing to move forward with a condominium form of ownership.
Was there an option to rezone or to ask for rezoning to a more appropriate zoning?
I don't think there is. In looking at the zoning categories that came up at planning board and looking at the variety of zoning categories, I don't know that there would be a level of support or appropriateness for a specific zoning category on this isolated parcel that would resolve the attached single dwelling the lack of ability to build attached single dwelling. The categories which allow for attached single dwelling are very intense and significant that I don't know that would be appropriate from the city standpoint in the Don Cesar area. So it was an option that we looked at, but again, going back to your first comment about the rewrite of the code, rezoning to another category when the comprehensive plan and the zoning code are soon to be amended over the next couple of years, that also seems like a very large step, candidly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question. How are you handling, was there going to be HOA documents? I see something in here now about that, because I'd been concerned, well, first off, I'm concerned about the impervious surface ratio in general, but as well as the maintenance of the joint areas.
Certainly. So we have been talking to the city about the association documents. Your subdivision code does reflect condominium documents are required, and then your attached single dwelling code, thank you, which is section 610 regarding attached single family developments, states that the adequate green space area is a minimum of 30% of the total site area, so that's already in your code for attached single dwelling, and that the applicant shall provide covenants, restrictions, financial guarantees, and other legal assurances in a form acceptable to the city as the city manager deems necessary to guarantee conformity to the achievement of the plan and required maintenance of the open space. So that's in section 610E.
What is the height of your project?
The proposed height of the project?
Max height is 60. We're underneath that.
The maximum height of RFM is 60 feet, and this is below that. There were no variances to height.
Correct.
I mean, if you were building a condominium, right?
I'm sorry?
So if you were building a condominium or another conforming structure?
It could be 60 feet tall.
Yes, if you were building a conforming structure without changing the language, what you would be allowed to is 60 feet?
Yes.
Okay, and your project is?
That's just below that, like 59 feet from baseline.
And if your project was in a residentially zoned?
I'm sorry?
If your project was located in a, if you had it rezoned to residential, or one of the residential categories?
Okay.
What would be the height restriction then?
I don't know. I'd have to look at that up in the code.
Okay. Brandon, if you wouldn't mind just tagging that question for later. Thank you, sir.
The RU2, which is adjacent to this parcel, RU2, which is adjacent to this parcel, does not allow attached single-family dwellings. It only allows detached single-family dwellings. And I apologize, I can't. The maximum height is 30 feet for single-family homes. The residential medium district allows for attached single-family homes, and the maximum height is 35 feet.
So by not rezoning it to RM, which might be a more appropriate rezoning, you're getting an additional 25 feet?
I think the plat, that question is, there is a higher height allowance in RFM. The question before you today is the preliminary plat with respect to the lot size. So yes.
Okay.
Did I hear correctly? You said 55 feet or 59 feet?
Thereabouts, yes. It's 3 stories above the total height or from base flood. I'm sorry. We weren't prepared to talk about site plan issues that weren't the topic of discussion or design.
The max building height is 50 feet. I'm sorry. We're at 49 feet.
Max building height is 50.
But that's from the base flood.
Conforming?
So if you were in a residentially zoned area, you'd be 14 feet above what would be allowed.
Correct.
Why is this, it didn't strike me as being, from the photos, obviously, being that tall. We have, what do we got, 12-foot ceilings in there, or is there any possibility to redesign any of that to lower the height? I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because obviously it's become an issue.
Is there rooftop amenities? I mean, do we have rooftop
Sorry, I was.
patio?
Yes, there is, if you look on you can see the very top, kind of the shadowed back of it, and that would be the usable roof. So you have the base flood plus 3 stories plus the usable roof.
And what is the square footage of these units?
Eli's getting the plans out.
I think that was on one of your slides.
Thought so, too. Can't find it.
They were all different, or mostly different.
Approximately 3,600 per unit.
About 3,600 square feet.
And it says 4-car garage on here, not 2-car.
Yeah, there's extra parking.
Well, it goes two in.
2 in.
So, Mr. Mayor, you seem to be troubled by the height and the zoning change. Am I reading that correctly?
So in principle, I'm actually supportive of the project.
So am I, that's
So,
why. But
let's-
you're causing me to question whether I've missed something here.
So-
or
so
whether
my
I should be
concerns-
scrutinize more.
Sure. So I have one particular concern, and then from that springs 3 or 4 other concerns. So my main concern is having an applicant or a developer come before us, asking us to rewrite the land development code for their project specific. Now, you see the number of projects we've already had in the last couple of years. You see all the ones that are on the books coming forward, and that's just the ones that are conforming in their opinions. And now we have a project that is non-conforming, and then what does that open us up to? Everybody else who's got any kind of other project, any other property, say, well, mine doesn't fit, so we'll just rewrite the land development code to make mine fit in this instance. When there actually is, in this scenario, there's an appropriate rezoning that could be done, have it rezoned to RM, which would be in line when you look at it with the houses directly behind the property and with the houses adjacent to the property. But as the applicant already explained, there's a reason why they wouldn't want to do that, because if they did that rezoning, it would actually reduce the height and the size and the scope of what they could build. Now, being in the industry, I can tell you 3,600 square feet versus 2,500 square feet, $1,000 a square foot, which is roughly the average in St. Pete Beach, that's going to make a huge impact on the sales price. So I completely understand where they're coming from, and I'm sympathetic to where they're coming from. What I'm having to look at is still not just their individual project, but rather every other project that may come before the commission in the next couple of years or at any point in the future, because what we do today is going to set a precedent for other projects in the future. And so I think, so to me, that is where the challenge is. I wholeheartedly agree with the Don Cesar neighborhood. I think what they're asking for, the deed restriction, I think it's a great step. I appreciate the fact that the applicant has gone from short-term rentals to going to single-family attached. I do appreciate that. I do think, generally looking at the project, it fits the character of the neighborhood in but one instance, right? And that's the height, because when you look at, this is going to tower over the beach houses that are directly behind it. Now, I'm not sure that those individuals are really going to care much about, their view is in the front, not in the back. So, but you're going to have this tall building next to all these small buildings. And the only reason that, again, I got to read between the lines here, the reason that they're asking for the rewrite of the code is because the rezoning wouldn't give them what they're looking for. And I understand that. But again, for us, we do have to make a decision for this one project, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that whatever decision we make here can have ramifications down the line and unintended consequences. And there will be other applicants, whether you don't think so or not, that will stand here before us at some point and say, hey, remember when you approved Schmali's? That's all we want to do, too. We just want to rewrite this code over here so that we can have single-family attached instead of condos.
Certainly, Mayor, and if I may, respectfully, the code allows for applicant-initiated code amendments. If that's something that is worrisome to this body, I would imagine that's something that would be on your consultant's list to review. But that is the option with your discretion. And very clearly, this request before you is for the preliminary plat and for that very limited text amendment. This is not a non-conforming project. It could be constructed tomorrow, honestly, as a condominium form of ownership. What is not usual in municipal codes and is not preferred is some sort of restriction on alienability and forcing owners into the type of ownership. Rather, this opens up a type of ownership of attached single family and allows for the developer to sell these differently than otherwise your code does allow. So this is not a non-conforming project. Absolutely not. The text amendment simply adds a type of use. As we went through at the planning board that you all watched, the 11 other properties are already developed as condominiums or multifamily projects. The likelihood of redevelopment, based on your staff's testimony at that meeting and looking at the aerials and the pictures of those buildings, is very, very low. It is unlikely you're having any of these owners all come together to rebuild their buildings. But could they come together and say, we want to convert from a condominium form of ownership to non-condominium form of ownership? They absolutely may ask to do that, and then this would allow them to do that. So I certainly appreciate your concern. It's always unintended consequences. In this situation, this zoning district is so limited with already built-out properties, with already very owners that are limited in nature in what they can do, and the trickle-down impact is so limited that we felt very comfortable coming to you, even knowing the political reality of your rewrite of the code.
I think by the very nature of asking for a change to the code, it is not conforming. So we can disagree in the semantics, but at least that's the way I look at it. That if you're asking me to make a change, clearly it doesn't fit what you're looking for, which would be non-conforming.
I look at the legal definition of non-conforming, which this is not.
I just wanted to make a comment if possible, Mayor. Just because I have been involved in the beginning, then removed myself, I guess, when a new buyer came to the table. But there is I'll say consequences, but one of the potential consequences that the neighborhood was fearful of is condominium or potential other commercial business on that property because of the type of use, right? And transient short-term rental is, again, if you looked at the letter that was sent to us, that's what the residents are concerned about, is that transient use. So yeah, they absolutely can go back to option B, but I can guarantee you that option B is not what the neighborhood wants. There is currently today in this subdivision 4 townhomes, not in an RFM zone. They happen to be on zones that are not RFM. There's an empty lot on Gulf Boulevard that's on RM that has a potential to become a townhome. So we currently have 4 existing. This would be a 5th. There could be a potential 6 properties in this subdivision. It kind of blends with, I would say, with the subdivision, with the look and feel, and I think with the desire of what the neighborhood would like. In reading that letter, I know that the neighborhood association or corporation asked for a covenant or potential covenant just to guarantee that, because HOA docs can change over time. and we want to assure that that doesn't happen in the future. So that's, something that, I would like to propose or discuss what legally we can do.
We're happy to stipulate that as a condition of approval of the plat.
Okay, and also the other one, I think, was that the staff had recommended about maintenance, I think it was, and I'll wait, I know Brendan's going to come up and speak as well, but they had added that, I think, during planning, or it might have been TRC, I can't remember
In
which
TRC, the discussion about the association documents to ensure that there is a maintenance entity, and that's again what your Section 16 obligates the developer to provide as well, and so that would be part of the HOA docs. But to your point about the property owners association, the applicant or the developer would be happy to stipulate to a condition with a restrictive covenant specifically as to the transient units.
Is that covenant going to carry over to the rewrite on the LDC?
The covenant
It's
stays
not-
with the title of the
Title,
property.
stay with the title of the property, so it doesn't,
It's specific to the property, yep.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, on a scale of 1 to 10, if you're willing to entertain that, what's the precedent risk here? 10 being terrible and 1 being not much.
I think looking at what we've seen the last year and what we're seeing on the books coming up, and I think this would open it up to, I would say, to answer your question, probably 8 or a 9. Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, I generally, I like the project. I really, the rewrite of the code, especially the land development code, that's where I have a real significant challenge. But let's hear from our staff, please.
Actually, point process, Mayor, I would just ask if you have questions for staff. We do not have a presentation on this project.
Great.
I did just want to clarify one thing the applicant said about the height, because we do allow for a height measurement above grade for garages if they're the ground floor. I calculated it to be about an 8-foot difference between if there were to be a rezoning to the residential medium and what they were proposing. So it's about a floor.
And what would the process look like if an applicant wanted to come before the city and request a rezoning?
It would be similar to what they went through for this process for the code change. It would go to the planning board for a recommendation, come to the city commission. Now, they have a countywide land use category as well. It's resort. They would need to zone out of that to the residential county category, and then they would come back to you for second reading. So,
thank you. Any other questions for Brandon?
And so, Brandon, I'd just like to clarify that if, make sure I understood this correctly, that with no change to the zoning district, they could build a condo project of the exact same height as what they're proposing now, and they could short-term rent it.
yes, that would go through us for the site plan and the building permit. It would go through the state for the condo plat. The city doesn't typically have any involvement with that except for minor fire code requirements, but because it would be going through a building permit.
But it wouldn't require any permission from us, at the commission level, for them to build the exact same project, titled as a condo, and short-term rent it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And if they were to go the condo route, what are the implications for them? What additional costs are they incurring? What additional annual costs are they incurring, or requirements?
In terms of the state requirements for development and review of the condo docs and the other maintenance requirements, I'm not sure what the costs associated with that would be. In terms of local costs, as we would treat attached single family and condo the same in terms of a single family ownership, so there wouldn't be any business tax fees or anything like that, ongoing maintenance. We would collect the same number of multimodal impact fees and park and recreation impact fees, so those would be the same between projects. If they were to go with the short-term rental project, we would not collect the parks and impact fee, but that would work out to be about $3,000 maybe that we would not collect for a short term. So it would effectively be the same requirements.
but the state would require that they have condo docs, that they have rules and regs, that they would have Q&As, that they would have an appointed condo board, carry condo insurance. So
That's all handled through the state, yes.
Any other questions for Brandon?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any audience comments?
Kathy Garshow.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Kathy Garshon. I'm speaking on behalf of the Don Cesar Property Owners Corporation today. As you've already heard, but as we committed to these folks, I just wanted to communicate what our view is as the board and as residents. So the Don Cesar Property Owners Corporation and residents of the Don Cesar Place formally request the City Commission to impose a covenant and condition that regardless of the continued RFM designation, the newly developed property at 3700 Gulf Boulevard will not allow transient housing and will be treated as residential property with respect to enforcement of the City of St. Pete Beach's limitations on short-term rentals of residential properties in the Don Cesar Place subdivision, which limits property owners to rentals of no less than 30 days. DCPOC has been in communication with Jeffrey Kraft of Tampa Bay City Living and the developer and has agreed to the city imposing this covenant and condition. We have a letter from them and we are supportive of this project moving forward with that condition. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Cindy Perry.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cindy Perry, 1126 Boca Ciega Isle Drive, and I'm here as a private resident and not trying to represent the planning board. The question I have has to do with the transient lodging. It was my understanding, and maybe I read the code wrong, that if this is still classified as it is, even if it becomes an HOA, that you can have short-term. There's no, I know in RU2, you can only have, I think, 3 rentals a year, and there's no requirement to limit short-term rentals in this zone. And I just want to ask how that's being addressed, if it's really the residents saying, we don't want short-term rentals, but I don't see anything preventing it, and so I just have a question about that.
Thank you. Brandon, if you wouldn't mind. So if the zoning didn't change, so if it just stays as is, and there was not a restrictive covenant, what would, if you build a condominium, what would you be allowed to do as far as short-term rentals go?
With this being the Resort Facilities District, it is a permitted use at the density that they're proposing to have. They could have nightly rentals if that's what they wanted to do. I believe the applicant did agree to restrict that, and if it were to be developed as a residential development and then convert later on, the code would technically allow for that, but there would be some requirements they would have to go through for that. But again, if they restrict it as part of their approval, they would be limited from doing that.
Okay, so if they had a restrictive covenant, they would not be at any point in the future be allowed to take advantage of the short-term rental zoning for that district?
As long as they commit to that, and that's approved as part of the, we of course would run it by the city attorney at the final plat stage to make sure that it meets its intended purpose. We would bring that back to you if it were approved.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions, comments? So I'll throw in my other 2 cents. So, again, I think it's important that we look at it just so we know exactly where we're getting into and exactly what some of the options are. And I'm not passing judgment. Again, generally I like the project. I would like to see it move forward. I just want to make sure that we understand what some of the nuances are. And I think if you I think one of the reasons that they're looking at condo versus HOA and trying to go the HOA route is because if you did go the condo route, it would be significantly more expensive, not only to set up in the first place, but also the annual maintenance. If you look at what the current condo insurance rates are and what the reserve requirements are from the state, I think there's a reason here, and if I was in their shoes, I would probably make the same request. So I'm not passing any judgment on your request at all. But I think we should understand maybe one of the reasons why the request is made in the first place, why they're maybe trying to go this route. I'm open to hearing input on this. But I think that's so. And I say that because I don't know that there is much of a danger of anyone actually building a condo there to try to do short-term rentals. When you look at what the actual cost would be to build that and maintain that property as a condominium, as a 4-unit condominium, you're required to have 3 board members. So there's only four owners. What happens if nobody wants to be on the board? Then who do you? Who's maintaining the reserve requirements for that condominium? So I think looking at it that way, there's a reason why no one's going the condo route for a parcel that small. And I think the reason that they're not going the rezoning route is because it would reduce the size of the project and the height that they could build. I wonder if there's a middle ground. Because again, my biggest, if you didn't come here for asking a rewrite of land development code, I'd be 100% yes, let's go. But if you're asking for a rewrite of the land development code, I don't know how I can support that. And whether or not we can look at it, that's great, we can look at it. But we do not have to set a precedent that every time a developer comes before us and they request to rewrite a land development code, once we do it one time, the next time it's so much easier.
So you've won me over. So I don't know if the applicant wants to consider a compromise here now or go back to the drawing board.
I mean, this is kind of hard. This property has been vacant for quite some time, okay? And from my understanding, it's because they cannot, that lot cannot be a townhome. That's what it is, right? It's a townhome. We know it's an attached single family.
Sure.
And with, a lot of the concerns of the residents who live in that neighborhood and the potentials, right? Because it could be another commercial business again, right? And it could be a small hotel. It used to be a motel there long ago. Again, from listening to the residents who live closest to that property, and I want to say, use the word fear, because it was a fear of what could it become. To actually finally find a buyer that has worked multiple years with the residents of that neighborhood, which talk about our concerns with the bigger developments and everything else. We're talking about a group of people who are actually working with the people who live closest to this development. That's important. I don't know if this sale is complete. I don't, it might be, this doesn't go, we walk away. I don't know. It's happened. Like I mentioned earlier, the first person I spoke to is no longer there, right? So, I do support this because I think it's rare. And maybe I've been in a subdivision that we've been fortunate enough, and I know Katie has been around when we were working with Don Cesar Hotel expansion, the ballroom. And that's rare, and I think that's the message I would rather be echoing is how rare an owner or developer has come to actually find out from the neighborhood what they really want and are actually delivering it. That's important. This wasn't like over the night and it's a surprise. We don't have hundreds of people lined up outside the door saying, no, don't do this. I'm not fearful of the change because it doesn't exist in our code. So they're coming to us because they can't build a townhome on that one. I understand the height, but again, no one's complaining, right? Because it could be something there. The other townhome, if you looked at that plat, condominium, it's an L shape where that block is. And the property just north to it is a condominium that's at that height, maybe higher than what they're proposing. So it could be that, right? So it could even be higher. So again, I mean, I think this was something, what could happen in the other RFM zone in Upland Beach? That the condos turn into townhomes? Is that what we're fearing? That they can knock down those buildings and make townhomes out of them, or bring back condos or bring back hotels? You know, so I don't know if this change is something detrimental. I know we want to review our plan, but doesn't mean we can't continue to review it if we feel it's going to affect something else in the future in another district or area. There's only 11 properties that have this zoning, and we have a good project where residents are happy. So that, you know, I don't want to lose that because we don't know the unknowns, right, of what it could be. And we finally have something that I feel is a win for the people who live there.
I agree with you on 99% of what you said. I appreciated the fact that they met with the owners, that they came to listen, that they didn't come in to just tell us, here's what we're going to do, but rather to, you know. And while I do, again, in general terms, I think it's a great project. I think our responsibility as a commission is not just to the 350 Don Cesar neighborhood owners, but rather whatever changes we make, whatever decisions we make, may have an impact on the other 8,500 people as well. And so when we make a land development code at the behest of a developer, that leaves the other districts wide open to the same requests. And so I would say to the applicant, if there's a way for us to do this without the land development code, I think you'll have a 5-0 vote. I don't know, I'm guessing, you know. Is there a way to do it? Is there a way for us to work something out where we can give you what you're looking for, but also alleviate the fears that at least I'm expressing?
So I just want to clarify, this is not a rewrite of the code. This is the addition of one use which is permitted in all of your residential districts to your resort facilities medium district. The addition of one use to a resort facilities medium district, which this zoning exists on 11 parcels in the city. You've already opened the door to applicant-initiated applications of text changes. That exists in your code today. The fact that people haven't been coming in to ask it is probably because they realize that politically, Mr. Mayor, you don't want to support it. However, this request is to add one use, which already under form and function exists, to the resort facilities medium district, and allow for that use consistency through the code to look at the zoning lot. That's the request before you today. And respectfully, we would ask for you all to consider that request. There are 100 what-ifs that we can talk about in offline or outside of this after this decision tonight, but the concerns over the addition of the attached single family is the only concern that's been expressed is that this is a text amendment. There have been no other concerns. And not only is this a text amendment, it's a text amendment in one zoning district that affects 11 parcels. It's the most limited zoning district that you have in the city today. And we would respectfully request your approval of this plat as proposed and of the text amendment.
Mayor, may I?
Certainly.
So I support the project and I support the text amendment. And the reason I support the project is for all the reasons that Commissioner Ruznicki stated. And I think we all agree on that, right? The reason that the text amendment is not as concerning to me is because I don't think that we can look at our land development code as something that was handed down from on high, that's guaranteed to not have errors, right? And so in this particular district, I don't think that there was any compelling reason that attached single-family home zoning or option was left out of that zoning district. You know, it could be because just it didn't occur to somebody. It could be that they left it out on accident. And I think that city staff or the city attorney would know better than I how many times in the last 15 years has an applicant come before the city to ask for some change to the land development code because there was just some quirk in the code that upon further review, when somebody brought a project forward, was like, oh, that's a great project. It doesn't fit because there's this weird little quirk in the zoning that upon further review doesn't make a lot of sense. And so it's a text amendment to fix that, to allow something that totally makes sense. And so that's why I support the project.
So you could also look at the boutique hotel district, and one of the owners might come and say, look, it's resorts everywhere. I think it's a real oversight that nobody said we could also do large resorts in the boutique hotel resort district. And then they come before us and say, I think you should amend the land development code to also allow large resorts in this district. I think there's a reason no one's come before, and probably because, you know, we should look at it and say, you know, why was this done in the first place? I think you open a huge can of worms here, and you're setting a dangerous precedent, in my opinion. But I've expressed my opinion enough.
Can I just say, I mean, I don't see it as still, those are things that could happen. We're not even sure. And if it did, I would think that somebody would, I hope no one up here would be saying, you're a residential zone, and now we're going to put a large resort district on your residential zone. I mean, that's like the opposite extreme. Here we're going in reverse, where this property used to be a motel back in the 1920s, 1930s, okay? It changed. Things changed back then. I don't remember why that building either collapsed or it sold. It used to be a block. The block was divided into residential. The ones on the west side were residential, but that one didn't become residential. And then, you know, Smiley's purchased it, and it was an extension of the kitchen to Undertow. You know, so it's just been sitting there. So this is a very unique case to, you know, have this worrisome about something that we're going to be reviewing. We're going to be reviewing it, and we're going to be dealing with it. Then this applicant is coming for a unique, you know, 5 words, you know, that they're not allowed to do. Like I said, there's 4 other properties that are townhomes in that neighborhood, and one more potential one that won't have to come to us because it is in the RF district. You know, I'm in support of it too. So,
and I think that that's why all of these things come before the commission separately, right? Like we're not saying we're approving this text amendment and now we're also approving anything anybody wants to change. You know, we're approving this one unique case that's a quirk of the code that will allow a project that the neighborhood wants and that is potentially, you know, less intensity than something that could be there. But again, you know, when you start talking in hypotheticals of what could happen, you can go so far down that road that you can't ever make a decision at all, you know?
Okay. Are there any further comments or questions? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
I motion to approve preliminary plat 24042 with recommended staff conditions and with the covenant, and I don't know what the wording would be for that, and And I'm sorry, I don't know if I needed to ask you, Andrew, before. Is that something we need to discuss with you, adding the covenant, or that's just doable, good?
I mean, they're proffering it. I'd be happy to look at it to make sure that it's, I mean, if the city wants to be named in it, so that if there aren't any future changes without the city, yeah. I mean, they seem perfectly agreeable to that.
Thank you.
We're fine with that condition.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
No.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
Next, we have item 5E. Do we need to go through item 5E, or?
You do have the ordinance, so you need to dispose of that in some manner or form, because that was a companion item that was put in front of you.
I do.
Okay, and that was formerly item 6A.
Right. And if I may, just for the record, given the fact that this went through the planning board with I think a favorable recommendation, and also the fact that staff has indicated in their own professional judgment, I think it'd be incumbent on you to protect the city to say something other than remote and speculative fears to support your decision to deny it. It's legislation, which means that the city, that the courts will look at it from a fairly debatable standard, which means that anything that is of a public health safety reason would do. But I'm concerned that if a judge looks at the record and it's just speculation compared to what is in the staff report, what came before the planning board, all of that compared to what you all are discussing, which is, to me, speculative and remote. So if you have
I'm sorry.
if you have other reasons, that's all I'm doing is
Sure.
So the planning board was 3-2, and they had quite a bit of debate about the same subject, but they did vote 3-2 in favor. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Mr. Mayor, this has, been in your wheelhouse. Anytime we start talking about precedents, it concerns me, because it seems like every time we turn around, we can't do something because of some type of precedence that's been set. I saw that all the time on the Board of Adjustment. We were paralyzed frequently because of precedence. So from my perspective, your argument and concerns about precedence is what swayed me, because like you, I certainly look favorably upon this development. But I am very concerned about precedents in many aspects of our government. And if we truly do have a concern about precedents with this, which it appears we do, that's certainly why I cast the vote that I cast, because I do have great concerns about that and the long-term ramifications for it, because we live it, all the time here on a variety of issues.
So to parlay that, if you could just say, like, I believe that that's a public health and safety risk. I'm just telling you for the record purposes.
No, I mean, go ahead.
So from my perspective, I believe various types of precedents creates a hazard for the city in many regards, whether it be public health, safety, or any other number of items that we need to be considerate of.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was one of my concerns. Certainly, I'm also concerned, as I mentioned in the conversations we had, about the height of the project, the intensity of the project, the conforming or non-conforming of the project. If there was a different way to go about this project that didn't potentially create a hazard in the future, or that might create a hazard even more immediate. I think there's more than one concern here. I think we expressed those during the presentation as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that.
And from my perspective, I love the idea of residential. I think it's great, and I'm happy that the community supports it. I think any other community would support it from a residential aspect. My concern is, again, rewriting the LDC. We're in the middle of doing comp plan review. We're doing all this other stuff. We're looking at it, the potential down the road for what could happen. I know some people don't think about that, but the precedence for that. And we have a lot of issues with stormwater, with everything else that's going on, and to look at the LDC, look at the comp plan, and look at impervious surface ratios, and know that we're on the right track. We haven't looked at our comp plan in 20 years and evaluated it. I have concerns with that. And the 10 other properties are prime real estate properties too, that as well, they're subject to flooding, and they're very close to the shorelines, and depending upon what they do, and it can affect other neighborhoods as well. So there is a big safety factor from both stormwater and the like.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next, we have 5E. Approve first reading of ordinance 202403. City Clerk.
Thank you. An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the city's Land Development Code, Division 14, RFM Resort Facilities Medium District, Section 14.2, Permitted Principal Uses and Structures, and Division 24, Subdivisions, Section 24.9, Development and Subdivision of Single-Family Attached Dwellings, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you. Any public comments? Any discussions on this item, Commissioners? Do we have a motion to approve or deny this ordinance?
I'll make a motion to approve. I know where this is going to go, but I still think we made the wrong decision last time, so I'm going to give everybody a second try.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
No.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
No.
Mayor Petrilla?
No.
Motion fails 3-2. I did want to say that this ordinance has been advertised for a public hearing in the Tampa Bay Times, and it will have to be on your October 8th agenda due to the publication and statutory requirements.
Thank you, City Clerk.
I'm sorry, just to clarify that, because I just answered the city clerk. It was advertised for the first reading because we're required to advertise for both. We have not advertised for the second reading.
Sorry,
So
I asked him, and that we got confused.
Okay, I have to apologize. I got the sequence wrong. Next is item 5E. Continuing public hearing on ordinance 2024-04, establishing the millage rate for fiscal year 2025. City Clerk.
Yes, normally this and the companion ordinance would be read in its entirety, which will happen tomorrow to follow the DOR guidelines, but I will read the title block as it was advertised, and that is why it's on tonight's agenda. I do ask when you do make the motion to specify that it is the date, time, and then the location as written on your document, please.
Do we have to continue this to tomorrow, or?
Yes, that's the motion request. Yes.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, establishing the millage rate for fiscal year 2025, beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30, 2025, providing and announcing the name of the taxing authority, the rolled back millage rate, the percentage increase over the rolled back millage rate, and the millage rate to be levied, providing for reading in its entirety, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, do we have a motion to continue the public hearing on the ordinance 2024-04 to tomorrow, September 24th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m.?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on ordinance 2024-04 to September 24th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m. in these chambers.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance 2024-05, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025, beginning October 1, 2024, and ending September 30, 2025, providing for the incorporation of the adopted capital budget as the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, providing for reading in its entirety, and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on ordinance 2024-05 to September 24th, 2024 at 5:01 PM in these chambers.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mahaland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 5G, discussion on the commission to provide direction to the city manager regarding interim appointment of a city attorney and the process for regular appointment of a city attorney. City Clerk? Sorry, city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Tonight, you have in your packet the results of staff procurement manager advertising statewide on many professional websites, a call for services for the interim appointment of a city attorney. My presentation is two-part. I'd like to address the interim appointment process first, and then once I receive your direction, we'll discuss the process for a regular appointment of a city attorney. You have 7 submittals in your packet. Tonight, I'm requesting that the commission provide direction for anywhere between the top 2 to 4 candidates that you are interested in based on your review of their written submittals. Based on that direction, I would contact those firms and the corresponding contacts to set up individual interviews with each of the commissioners and the representatives from the law firms over the next 2 weeks, and then bring the item back on October 8th to have you all discuss your results of those interviews and see if there is consensus to move forward with one firm for the interim services. And then following that direction, I would work with the city attorney's office and the selected firm to bring a contract back at the second meeting of October for confirmation. So with that, I would like to hear from you and answer any questions or input on the process.
Thank you, City Manager. Comments, discussion?
So we want to talk about the interim first. Okay. So I've reviewed all the applications or submittals, and I created a list of pros and cons as best I could without a lot of time to deal with it on all the various firms. I don't know how we want to proceed with the discussion, whether the rest of the commission would like me to say the 3 that I like, or just go through them all, or...
If you want to go to your top 2 or 3.
Okay.
And see if there's any consensus on those, and then...
Okay, so for a variety of reasons, I came up with what I would consider my top 3. The first one, Vos Law Firm, I see the pros as being exceptionally broad experience with government law. They have a deep bench. They have flat fee pricing. They're likely available for a permanent hire if we were to decide to go in that direction. As it relates to cons, and I combine my questions and cons together because with this particular firm, I did have some questions that I needed satisfied. Obviously, get the chance to ask those. But number one, I wasn't sure if they were saying that they wouldn't serve as our representative at the special magistrate, or they were saying they would not serve as the special magistrate. I didn't understand that from their submittals, so I would need clarification on that. For the long term, if they were to be considered for a permanent contract. Geographically, they are a good distance from us, and personally, I would hope that whatever firm that or individual that we were to bring on, that they would be closer geographically. I believe these folks are in Winter Haven, which is the other side of Orlando. And then another question I'd have for them, they do have a tremendous amount of experience, but they also have had a good amount of turnover with their representation. It seems like there's a good number of cities that they represented for a number of years and they turned over. So I don't really know how all that works, but I would certainly have that question that I would want to get clarified. And their price is a fixed or a flat fee pricing of $37,500 a month, which for interim in particular, and for as much experience as they had, I thought that was a fairly reasonable price. My number 2 would be Trask Dagnall Pros. They're in Clearwater. Secondly, they have a high level of experience, and they have a relatively deep bench. Cons: the preferred attorney is not available for our Tuesday meetings, and their price is high, and their price is $77,000 a month. My third option, which I feel like is probably, when we get to the third option, the delta is wider between 1, 2, and 3. The pros: the sitting attorney that would sit for us at our meetings is local. Questions and cons: the sitting attorney appears to deal mostly with injury and property claims, and the experienced government attorney, which is Dirk Smits, is in Isla Morada. So those were my concerns. Price, they're $55,000 a month.
Which firm was that?
That's Ernest Bowling.
I'm sorry?
Ernest and Bowling.
I'm sorry?
Burns and Bowling.
Oh, yes, right.
Burns and Bowling.
Burns and Bowling. So those were the three, what I identified as the top 3 for various reasons.
Mayor, and I'll just say those were my top 3. Not in the same order, but those were the top 3. I liked the city manager's recommendation, which is, to bring these people to do these interviews, because I don't want to be holding the interview right now. I do have questions, and there's reasons why I have them 3 very similar to some of the things that you had mentioned, Commissioner Mulholland. But, I kind of feel like how we did the city manager.
That's all we're doing
role.
right now is we're picking the top 3 for them to
Thank
interview
you.
in the next 2 weeks, and then bring.
That's my 3.
All right. All right. Commissioner Robinson.
I was, my top choice was Voss Law Firm. I liked their representation. They kind of hit it on the head on our concerns, I thought. And the pricing for the flat rate, very economical, especially we're looking interim. I liked Gray Robinson, but they were the higher of the pricing. They have representation a little all over the place. They were probably my second. After that, I guess it would be Trask, being that they're local. Those would be my top 3.
And then Commissioner Marriott.
Sure. So my top 3 were also Vos and Stoke, or Vos and Trask, but I also had Stokes in there in my top 3.
Okay. So it's going to sound like a broken record here, but my top 2 were Voss and Trask. Should we, since nobody else, so it's 5-5-2-1-1. Should we bring in the top 2 for interviews?
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay. City Manager, we would like you to bring in Boston Trask for interviews.
Yes, I can take care of that.
Do we need a motion, or it was an action item?
Just direction.
Perfect.
I do have comment cards.
I'm sorry?
I do have
Comment card?
cards.
Please.
Still want to speak? Okay. Wade Vose.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. My name's Wade Vose. I'm the managing partner of the Vose Law Firm. Don't want to take up a lot of your time tonight. I appreciate the action, the direction you've given to your city manager. We look forward to being able to speak with each and every one of you. Did want to take the opportunity very quickly to address a couple of the questions. One that was raised, Vice Mayor, concerning the special magistrate. That was just to clarify that we can't also be the special magistrate. I know that sounds silly to say, but we do get that sometimes in cities. Folks say, hey, can you be our magistrate too? No, we can't do both. But we can represent the city before the magistrate, of course.
Is that included in your pricing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It wasn't specified. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
In addition, and we can talk about this more later, but to the question that was raised about turnover, I think that may be reference to the fact that in addition to the great number of cities we represent, we're city attorney for 10 cities right now, including 5 that are beach coastal cities, including Fort Myers Beach, was mentioned earlier tonight, Cocoa Beach, Anna Maria, Neptune Beach, and Daytona Beach Shores, and 5 other cities. But there are a number of cities that we've previously represented. The thing I would note for you is the firm is not named after me. It's named after my mom. I practice with my mom, very happy to be able to do that. She's been practicing local government law for 51 years. So she has a number of these cities that you see there in past clients where we've been city attorney in the past. It's back in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. And as I'm sure you all know, times change, councils and commissions change, and it's time to move on at that point. So we do have turnover over time. We love staying with cities a long time, but we recognize the reality, and sometimes it's the right time to go. So hope that answers a couple questions. We look forward to the opportunity to be able to speak with you more.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ralph Brooks.
Hey, good evening. My name is Ralph Brooks, and I'm board certified in city, county, local government law, and I'm of counsel with the Vose firm. I served as a St. Beach city attorney right before the Dickman Law Firm in 2007, 2008, and I'd be happy to serve as city attorney again. I would be here for many of your meetings. I live in Fort Myers. I have a family condominium in Longboat Key that I go to during the summers and other times, and then I will come up and stay in the area, and if the Vose firm gets the contract, we will be a presence here when we will make arrangements that we will have either an apartment or a rental place or hotels, and that's at our expense. So we will be here at our expense to serve you, and the depth of the Vose Law Firm is the reason I'm of counsel with them. I love their paralegals. They're fantastic. They're so sharp, and I work with the other attorneys so well. We've got some great legal writers who are excellent at briefs. We also have Becky Vose, as mentioned. She's fantastic in mediations and negotiations, and was able to settle how many Bert Harris claims on Anna Maria? 110 Bert Harris claims dealing with the vacation rental and vacation rental mansion issues. So that is the reason why I think you need more than one attorney. I know there's a number of solo attorneys that have applied, and I was starting that way. I put in, but I wanted to bring in more resources, and to do that you really have to have a firm to back you up, and in my opinion Vose firm is the one you want.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you both taking the time to come out this evening. City Manager, you were also looking for direction beyond.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commission. So in addition to once you make a decision on an interim, I am recommending that we run a parallel process to select your regular appointment of a city attorney for a longer term period. I wanted to present, I really think you have 3 options to consider for the process. One being that if you are interested in having in-house counsel, I have discussed that process with an executive recruiter that you've used before, actually for my process, and she does have experience in recruiting and helping commissions appoint in-house counsel. That would be at her regular fee of $25,000, so I would bring back an amendment to her agreement as it would exceed my spending authority. The second option would be that I work with the procurement manager to do a similar outreach that we just conducted, but revise our scope of work for a regular appointment of the city attorney. That would be done in-house, and there's staff time is your cost, but not any consultant fee to do that. And the third option could be that we could do both of those processes concurrently and see what talent responds on both approaches, and we could, I would run with the executive recruiter in some sort of collaborative fashion to have you review candidates in both service types. So seeking your direction on which process you would like me to undergo.
Commissioners? I'm sure you all have opinions. I'm going to ask you to please share them with us.
So, while I was campaigning, well, anyway, I'm curious, I mean, from my perspective, I generally would always prefer an employee, in most instances, I should say. However, when you have an employee, let's say an employee in-house attorney with a paralegal, you really don't have much backup. And that's my big concern with not having a firm is not having a backup. I mean, we've dealt with that with the budget this year, not having backups in key positions. So I'm just curious how everybody else feels about that. I mean, I definitely recognize the value of having an in-house dedicated city employee as the city attorney, and it would likely or potentially would save us money. But I do have significant concerns about the risk associated with relying on one individual with no bench or no backup. So I kind of, from my perspective, I need to hear how everybody else feels about that, because that's kind of the one I'm hung up on.
I agree with Commissioner Mulholland. I think that I have two concerns with having an in-house employee, and one is, as he said, you don't have a lot of backup. My other concern is that the city attorney position, although we talk about it as though it's a single person, I think that's not necessarily realistic. And I think that what you would be creating is the city attorney's office, similar to how we have the city clerk's office with additional support personnel. And I don't think we know how many people that would take, and I don't think we really know what that would cost, and I don't think we know how easy or difficult it would be to fill all those positions that would be required. And so, if we were in a position where there was kind of nothing going on and we wanted to build an in-house city attorney's office, I would probably be more compelled to do that than right now, when we have, significant things happening that we're going to need significant depth of legal counsel on. And so my preference would be to for the city manager to work with procurement and put out an RFP similar to what we've done with the interim. I'm not sure that $25,000 on a recruiter at this point is the best spend for something that we don't know if is even a tenable option.
I agree with both Commissioner Marriott and Mahalan. Without a true analysis as to whether to have a staff attorney on site versus a firm, I wouldn't want to bring people over and start interviewing when we haven't really analyzed what it would cost, what are the pros and cons of it. We had a city attorney, I don't know how many years ago, that was on staff, probably a while ago. I would say there was probably a reason why that changed, again, not knowing. And then I look at many municipalities are very close around us, and how many truly have a staff attorney. And I would venture to say not many, if any, are left, maybe. Most work out of firms because, the gentleman came up and he spoke for the reason why he wouldn't apply by himself, because we're pulling from a firm of many attorneys who have specialties in different areas that a staff attorney at one point might have come to us and say, hey, I can't do this, I need advice or someone else to come in, and now what you think might be costing us less really isn't, and again, no analysis being done. So I would recommend that the city attorney do the RFQ process and, go in the firm direction. That's what I would say at this moment without that analysis. So.
I'm for the best person for the job, and I really want to make sure that we get somebody who has some strong land use attorney experience. We're kind of heading down that path in this city, and we need the best advice that we can get on that. I'm okay either way, and I'm okay as well if you need to get somebody to spend the money to recruit to get the best person for the job.
I'm of the opinion that we should explore all options to make the best decision. So I would propose that we do the dual track option. I do appreciate what you said, Commissioner Reznicki. I think maybe I would be shocked if Renee could not help us supply this information, but I would be sure that she could provide a range of salaries. And you're right, we're not looking at it, it's not a one-man operation. It's going to require at least one paralegal, maybe two. And so, yes, you are, if you go in the route of an individual, you are realistically looking at creating the office of city manager with support staff, just very similar to the way that the city clerk operates. And at the same time, I also see the benefits of going with a firm that has depth and resources. And so I think, I'm impressed with the results that Renee gave us last time, so I'm very much inclined to extend that contract, but also to do the second approach as well, so that we can, get the best of both worlds, and then interview the individuals, and then see who makes most sense, who is the best fit for the city. I've, working with the Big C and several of the other mayors' councils, it's a challenge for some of the smaller cities. Not having a dedicated staff attorney is a challenge in some ways, because they sometimes miss the interaction with having somebody full-time in the office 40 hours a week. And then the reality for some of them is that, look, we just can't afford to have, based on our budget, a firm better suits our needs. So I do see both scenarios. I think there are some, I agree, I like going the employee route. I think we have a few other instances in the city where we have challenges, where we're dependent on the goodwill of our, contractors, dare we say. And so I think in many ways having somebody who's full-time on staff, available to the staff 40 hours a week is great. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be available versus it's on the phone or via Zoom, but having the office of somebody you can walk in and say, hey, they're here every single day. So my recommendation would be to go both routes. So
Mayor, can I ask you also, or all of us to discuss, because you could do both routes, but we could have an analysis, like to really know. I mean, we really haven't evaluated, at least myself, the contract, what it would look like, what would the cost be versus just spending the $25,000 right now. Because I think the interim, right, could be a part of that process, right? Like what can kind of write out to us, what are all the services they provide? You know, what are the things that we need, you know, that they can provide versus, you know, a staff. We can have that interim attorney help us through that process too, reporting to us, you know, let's really analyze what it is, what it would look like, because, you know, our budget doesn't have it, right? So, and I know we can do an amendment to our budget, you know, during the year, but I really would like to know what it would look like and what it would cost before looking for the person. Because I wouldn't even be able to interview to be able to say, this is what we need, you know? I would just like that analysis. I mean, I would say, yes, do it, but I would want the analysis first, you know, to kind of know what are we looking for. Because I wouldn't even know, I know we need land use, but so could a firm. A firm could provide us that land use opinion or attorney who's maybe within the firm to give us that expertise. So I don't think we just need a land use attorney. We need a municipal attorney.
Of course. So you're asking for specifically a salary range?
Salary range, office, you know, like with the whole, you know, when we look at our budget, we have a city clerk office, all the roles, everything that's needed, you know, all the incidentals, you know, everything that that office would need.
So, if I may, and city manager, by all means, feel free to say no, but you have some experience working in other cities. Have you had instances where you had staff attorneys versus firms? And what has that experience been? And
So yes, I have. The cities that have, so I've worked in much larger cities. I've had a mix of 2 that have in-house counsel and 2 that have had contract attorneys. The in-house counsel, it would be hard for me to translate size and scope because the cities were of a population of 70,000 or larger. The city attorney's office staffed anywhere between 5 and maybe a dozen staff between paralegals, attorneys, but again, these are much larger cities with larger scope. Every situation on the contract side, the contract attorneys typically assign multiple attorneys to those cities, so you'll have one main city attorney who works full-time because of the size of the city. And then there would be multiple team members on that have specialties like land use, employment relations, and they usually have litigation expertise in their offices. And then all of them have, I've had experience where they bring in outside counsel for very specialty type, especially in litigation or claims, where similar to what we did tonight, where you have an attorney who that's what they specialize in. It's a very single focus part of the law, and it's very a niche. So I guess I say this a lot, but it always comes down to the people and how they can relate to the needs of the community and staff and the commission. Did that answer your question?
yes, I guess a follow-up question is, if we went to Renee's firm, do you think if she provided us, let's say, with a couple of samples of similar-sized cities where that's what they did, I mean, they should have a posting available just to kind of give us an idea of, okay, here's the salary range you should be looking at. You know, the city of 10,000, they had, 1 staff, 2 staff. I mean, generally, you'd have that in a job posting. If you're going to be responsible for having employees under you, you would normally specify that, right?
One other thing you could do if you didn't want to do initial review of what you're looking for is if you have a candidate that's going to apply to be city attorney, they probably have enough expertise in what they're getting into. And so as part of the selection process or the interview process, you could actually have them come and propose what the office would look like and what they would need. Your budget's public record, all of the expenses are public record. So that is something I would expect as part of the selection process, is they actually would lead that setup of the office, and you would expect that. And so that could be part of your screening process.
And I'm open to doing the dual track. That would be my recommendation. I'm not sure. If we have a consensus, can we start with who would be in favor of a dual track? If we only have 2 people, then we'll move on to another option.
So if we do the dual track, did I hear that maybe we could get some preliminary information from the search agency that you folks work with for the city manager before we commit to the $25,000, or is that not, did I misunderstand that?
I think it was two things.
I maybe did not understand the request either. What do you mean by preliminary information? Just
Would we be
statistics about placement of in-house attorneys and that sort of?
Yes.
Okay, I could certainly ask for that and provide it to the commission.
Start on the contract side and then have that, get that information for the next meeting, and then decide if we want to invest the $25,000 to move forward that way?
I think we're probably better off running both of them side by side. So we'll just wait 2 weeks, get the additional information, and then make a decision if we want to go dual track or single track.
In 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, yeah. We're at the next commission meeting, which is...
Plan already?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And that way we'll get additional information and we can make a more informed decision. I don't think we should start one process and then interview some people and wait again. I think we're running both at the same time, whatever our 90, 30 days posting, whatever it is, and just... Okay. All right, next we have items for discussion.
There was one that was moved.
We have 4B,
Oh.
Station 1.
All right, next we have item 5H, formerly 4B, authorize city manager to approve a revised purchase agreement for Pump Station 1. Commissioner Robinson, I believe you pulled this one?
No.
Nope.
No,
Commissioner
it's me.
Ruzicki?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
It's close, there's one on either
close,
side.
one or the other. I know we're all. So my own, because I had a question earlier, and I don't know if we found out, is whether, so this was a correction, if I'm understanding correctly, of an approval that was made November 16th, 23, because now it's a reduction by $92,360,000. So my outstanding question was that I still don't know yet, so maybe Ms. Robustelli found out, is whether there was a contract that was signed after that approval back in November.
I was not able to find that out. But if you approve this, it would override, oh, I'm sorry, thank you, Cam.
Found it.
For the record, Camden Mills, city engineer. We did execute that agreement after it was approved by City Commission. We have not moved forward with that purchase yet, so we would have the opportunity to revise that purchase agreement before we move forward with that purchase.
Okay, so it would be a revision of that contract. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that answer. I didn't know if anything was executed and signed and, what we had to backpedal on, so I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So we do need a motion to approve. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Good evening. BJ Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive. First, just to note, I really appreciate the staff's time and effort in giving us the update on the Gulf Boulevard undergrounding this evening. And while I was eager to hear what we do know, I still continue to be relatively shocked by what we don't know and where our institutional memory fails us about how we get to the points that we're at. And when I saw this item on the agenda this evening, which certainly no one's going to object to spending the necessary money to keep the sewage flowing, that's clearly the right thing to do. It forced me to look at an article that came out back in June that educated me on the history behind where we find ourselves today, where all of these expenses that we're now running into, $1.3 million for the pump station, we have, according to this article published in June after an interview with Mr. Clark, we have this upgrade costing a total of about $6 million, and then, of course, the replacement of the subaqueous line for $10 million. This didn't just happen, right? According to this article, this is 10 years after the Florida Department of Environmental Protection placed the city of St. Pete Beach under a consent order for causing wastewater spills. And these are the last two projects to be completed that we began a process of addressing 10 years ago. But our appointed commission went through in February and April and allowed a doubling almost in size of two of our largest resorts without nary a word about what potential issues exist. And indeed, all we heard from the city were all clear. Everything's good. We've got plenty of capacity. When in reality, if we're being honest with ourselves, the better interpretation of our current situation is that we have designed for plenty of capacity, provided that the residents are willing to take another sewer rate hike next year, and that we have another 80% of $16 million from the residents to pay for these necessary infrastructure improvements to support our growth. So I just simply bring this up as a reminder that we really, as the residents, appreciate all the work that you all are doing up here. And we deeply appreciate our new city manager being a resident with us in facing these challenges. And there has never been a better time than right now to keep asking these questions about how we got to where we are today and what we can do about it to improve things moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or further discussion on this item?
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
I make a motion to authorize the city manager to approve a revised purchase agreement for Pump Station 1 purchase with Xylem Water Solutions in the amount of $1,320,640.
I second that.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have items for discussion. Commissioner Mulholland on parking.
So if you all want me to stop, you can just tell me, but I do want to float this out there to see what the appetite is. So the parking ordinance 2024-06 that was coupled with the mill rate at the last meeting, but because of noticing it won't be coming up again for the second reading until the 8th. I think you all know how I feel about the mill rate, but the parking rate, which is the greatest source of revenue that we receive from day trippers and tourists, we're effectively increasing the taxes on the residents by 8.6%, but with the increase of the parking rates, which is directly paid by tourists and day trippers, we're increasing that 5.63%. And I know there wasn't any great thought or a lot other than saying, well, let's throw 25 cents on the parking rate to close a budget gap. So I don't think anybody was particularly wed to that, but I don't think there was a lot of thought went into it. But I just have a little bit of difficulty that tomorrow we're almost certainly going to approve a tax increase on the residents of 8.6%. But the tourists, one of the other revenue streams that we have control over, we're increasing by 5.63. And I have basically put a little simple proposal together that is probably as complex as the 25-cent one was, where I'm proposing that we increase the parking rate before the second reading by 2.97% to at least make it equal to the tax increase that we're putting on the residents. And I have copies. I don't expect you all to fully analyze them. But it's my understanding that we have to deal with this tonight, and we can't deal with this tomorrow. That's my understanding. It was my hope that I could give you folks this sheet, and we could take it up tomorrow. But long story short, once again, 8.6% on the residents, 5.63% on what we control for tourists. And if we were to increase that to equalize those, that would increase our parking rates to $4.37 on weekdays and $5.40 on weekends. It would create an additional $34,000 of revenue that I would hope that we could earmark to Public Works. So I just wanted to float that out and get a sense for if anybody wants to deal with it, or we're just happy and we'll just get it next year like I've been hearing. But that's my feelings on it. These numbers would have to be double-checked by finance. I didn't know their exact methodology. I don't think it was too particularly scientific, but I believe my numbers are probably very, very close, but before they'd be put into an ordinance, they'd have to be verified by finance.
Commissioner Mulholland, I walked away from that meeting thinking about the same thing. I saw the parking rates with the combined with the storm wastewater, and I think Commissioner Reznicki felt the same way. That it was kind of weird that it was combined. But I was kind of happy for that, because in retrospect I thought, oh my goodness, look, we're over here increasing for residents and we're not really increasing for tourism, for the tourists or visitors. And I felt that was a little unfair as well. I would be fine with upping it up to $6 on the weekends. I mean, I would be happy with that, but I brought that up earlier today to the city manager, and I do know she mentioned that we are having some fee studies done, but in the meantime, in lieu of those fee studies, I would be inclined to increase that as well. I would say do it in quarter increments, a little higher than what we're at, make a little bit more money. I don't have a problem with that. I think it helps our residents, it helps us. The money goes in a general fund. We can use it for beach cleanup. We can use it for other items. We can use it for potholes.
Yeah, and the only reason I wanted to use percentages because I wasn't certain how much time we would have between the second reading and all that. So, and I do know that between reviewing fees as well as the parking study that we're having, I know we're going to talk more about what our parking rates are. So I'm with you. I don't think we're charging enough for our parking, but this was just a fairness issue to me. Is really the only reason I brought this forward, and I just wanted to be at least 8.6%.
31 years ago, it was $6 in Hawaii for public parking per hour. So.
How many years ago?
31.
Well, we've got some things that haven't changed in 35 years.
Oh, exactly. Yep. And we've got one of the world's, or U.S. #1 beaches, so.
Vice Mayor Mahoney, I inappropriately advised you today on the process. My brain's still stuck in California sometimes on noticing. So if the commission decides to change it this evening, we can make that change on the second reading because the parking rates have already appropriately been noticed, and that's the requirement in Florida, to notice the topic, not necessarily all the details in the topic.
Okay, so even though it's a material change, it can still happen.
Correct.
Can it happen today or tomorrow? Or either?
The second reading's on October 8th.
Sorry, I thought it.
So yes, today you could give me direction, and then I would make the second reading change for the October 8th agenda. And this is nuanced, but if the policy decision is to link percentage increases, I would just say for ease of user, instead of $4.37 to round up to $4.40, it just, we create signs, and it would just be easier, I think, for the end user.
Yeah, the mayor directed me to be specific at the last meeting, so I wanted to be sure that I was specific at this meeting. So you can fault him for that one.
On that,
I'm okay for
on
quarters.
that vein and on that thought process, I agree with. If you want consensus, I'm happy to. I do agree. But we're all at the same time we're also doing a parking and fee study, and I wouldn't necessarily say that the staff arrived at it haphazardly. I think there was a mandate to balance the budget, and this is one of the easy ways to do that. But we do recognize that there is a deficiency potentially here at hand, and so that's the reason that we've asked the city manager to conduct the study. But on the semantic side, and I know we're just arguing semantics here, but the percentage increase in taxes, what you're looking at is the total net revenue that is coming into the city from the ad valorem tax, right, is 8. It went up from last year to this year, about 8.6%. That is not all on our residents. In fact, the vast majority of that increase, there were some deficiencies I may have brought up a few years ago between the tax rates of the businesses and the residents. That has been largely been addressed by the county tax appraiser's office, where we've seen significant increases again. And so for most of our residents who are full-time residents and homesteaded, they're maxed out at 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. And so for most residents, they would have seen around a 3% increase. The reason you're seeing 8.6% is because of all the other increases in other areas that may have been, that needed to be adjusted based on property values over the last 2 or 3 years. That's it.
Or anybody that bought this year would be subject to the 8.6.
They may have been. It depends. If they ported their homestead, then they would have. So I think all I'm saying is it's more nuanced than to say. And
I understand that.
And I also, the other thing is, we did not cause the increase, right? The city is the beneficiary of this particular 8.6% increase. But the increase is a direct result of the property values increase. If you go back to 2007, 8, 9, we actually had the opposite. We saw a decrease in our ad valorem tax rates and the influx of tax dollars to the city because prices went down. So that is a fluctuation based on property values. It's not. Nobody in the commission decided let's raise taxes by 8.5%.
No, I fully understand that.
Okay, I think we have 2 more items, and one of them, I'm sorry, I apologize. Do we have consensus? Are we happy to provide the city manager with instructions for the increase, or no?
I'm okay with the increase.
Obviously, I'm for it.
Okay, so we've got at least 3 people.
My question, this is just to know, because we're having the study, right, of the fees. Once we have this study, can it be changed then? Because maybe it's going to be more.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, we can always up it then,
I mean, I
too.
know we're doing this
I'd be
for
surprised
semantics.
if it's not gonna be
but
more, yeah.
Oh, it's
that's
gonna
what
be
I'm
more.
figuring. So, I mean, I know we're saying this, but I mean, I agree with what you're saying too. It's not really an 8.6 So I don't really know if we're covering semantics here, because it's not, you know, so it's not semantics, right? So that's what, so I'm not sure if if it really matches your intent, which I agree with your intent, but I'm not sure if that 8.6 is the true.
Well, anybody that bought their home or that wasn't homesteaded, the 8.6 would apply to. You'd have to be homesteaded for it not to apply to.
It might be even more than 8.6. If they bought a house that somebody had homesteaded at $250,000 and they bought it for $2.5 million, that's going to be a 10x increase, not a 8%. So,
I just, from a fairness perspective.
I'm sorry I brought it up. So I'll stop talking about semantics.
No, no.
Didn't like it.
To me, from a fairness perspective, it just, we hear a lot of talk about, the residents and all that, and I think we all, we're all residents, so, we care about all that. I just want to be certain that, we don't appear like the tourists are getting a better deal than the residents are.
Of course.
And I don't think we are, because I think that's why we requested to have the parking study done in the first place, because it's not just one particular, it's across the city, right? So we really want to know where we're running short on. I mean, I look at parking, looking at the budget on parking, we pay a lot on service fee, credit cards, I guess, whatever it is. We, the city, are paying that. Okay, so there's a lot of places we need to look at on our budget.
Oh, trust me.
So, because, even though you might be paying whatever it is, the 3 cents more, we're still paying more on it, on just that credit card fee.
Right.
Right? So, I don't call it semantics, but I don't think this commission is saying we're not trying to look out for the resident,
I wasn't implying that.
No, but I'm saying, I'm not making the implication, I'm saying that I can't tell you that 8.6 makes the difference for what we're doing. I think we're going to be doing that fairly soon, and if the city manager is telling us we're going to be able to change this parking fee regardless of the second reading, right? We're going to be able to change it, then why not change it to change the things that really need to be changed, right? The right amount, look at our service fees, and I don't know. I mean, I know we can still correct it again, but.
When are we expected to have this fee study complete?
It's probably going to it'll be early 2025.
So 6 months-ish. Okay, Commissioner Marriott, thoughts?
I don't have any real significant opinion on that one way or another. I think that, I'm sure there is some costs associated with changing the parking fees and signage and reprogramming things and whatnot. I don't know that those are significant. I don't know that it makes a whole lot of, honestly, I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference to me one way or another.
There's not a cost associated with this because we haven't.
We already have to change them.
So we're changing them
Now's
anyway,
the time
right?
to do it if we want to change them.
I mean, I would just say that if we're going to change them, I would change it to some normal, reasonable whole number, just because I know if I were here paying at a parking meter and it said $4.37 an hour, I would be wondering what kind of idiots were in charge of that, But
Exactly.
Maybe the same idiots that charge 58 cents for the Bayway.
Yeah.
So you're saying $4.50 and $5.50, for example?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I would be.
Yeah.
I would be in on that.
4.50 and 5.50.
Yeah,
$4.50
even
and
25-cent increments.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes more sense.
So
We don't have dimes anymore.
Yeah.
Correct.
I don't know if you can pay them with cash anyway, to be perfectly honest.
So 450 and 550? Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to extend the meeting hours?
Yeah, motion to extend, we have, how many items do we have?
Two.
2? I mean, I'll say 30 minutes, but that's just to be safe. So until 10:30, just to be safe.
Okay. So next, City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great. Next, we have a discussion on the moratorium. So we had a presentation today on what it would look like if we wanted to do, and some of the nuances of doing a moratorium. I'll restate my reasons for bringing it up in the first place. One of the things, in reading up some more on this, is, one of the reasons that you would have a moratorium is to essentially maintain the status quo while you go into the planning process. And one of the reasons you want to maintain that status quo is so that you're not making some of the current issues or potential issues worse by leaving the process open, right? So one of the things that you want to do is, while you're reviewing the comprehensive plan, is making sure that as you're doing that review, and then the reason we're doing the review is important, because the reason that we proposed having a comprehensive plan review was to address some of the issues that we're hearing from our residents, right? We're hearing about traffic, we're hearing about congestion, we're hearing about overcrowding on the beaches, we're hearing about our endangered species being endangered on our beaches, whether it's the turtles, the skimmers, or the sea oats, the dunes. We're looking at some of the challenges that we're having in Gulf Boulevard with the number of fatalities that we have, even though we have this agreement that we've all kind of subscribed to, that we're going to be pursuing 0 deaths, yet we're not pursuing 0 deaths by increasing the number of cars that we're having on Gulf Boulevard. One of the other reasons that we're looking at the comprehensive plan review, and another reason why we should pursue a moratorium, is for the same reason that we're doing some of the other projects that we're looking at today, the undergrounding on Gulf Boulevard, the reason that we're having to deal with the sewer system, right? We have resiliency issues, we have flooding issues, and the question is, by how much more can the infrastructure of our city support? We were told 3-4 months ago that we have all the sewer capacity in the world. And I remember asking the individual, and the answers were every time in the affirmative. Yes, we have all the capacity. We can build out to the maximum of the comprehensive plan, land development code. We can handle it all. And then it wasn't a month later that we had our first budget meeting, and it's like, oh, we need $1 million for lift station 1. And then, oh, by the way, the pipe that goes to Treasure Island that we told you about has got 8 to 10 years left. And actually, we're going to start looking at it. So next thing you know is we went from everything is great, no problems at all. We can handle all the capacity in the world because we already spent the $14 million. We spent the money, right? We, the city, and the residents' tax dollars. We spend that $14 million for that. Then we're spending another $14 million on undergrounding that is going to be kind of half done now. So, these are some of the issues. This is one of the reasons that we're looking at revising our comprehensive plan. And the last thing that we want to do is, while we revise that plan and look at it, is to make some of these situations worse, right? We need to look at it and say, let's put a hold, let's put a pause, let's look at these issues, let's not make them worse, let's have the community involvement, let's have the consultants come in, let's look at a comprehensive plan and say, okay, what can the city legitimately handle? Beyond that is, you look at the demand for our city's services, right? Forget sewer and wastewater and storm drains and our amazing reclaimed water system that we have, right? On top of that, we've got, when you look at our, fire department, the chief is awake. Now that, brought him up. They have double the number of calls that they had 5 years ago, but they've got 3 more staff than they had. They went from 36 to 39 staff, and we approved that last year. They're handling twice as many calls. Well, that is before we add anything else, right? Before we add another door, before we add another guest or tourist or visitor or anybody else. We're already at, some would say, capacity. You look at our sheriff. We just increased that budget by another 6%. We increased it $250,000 last year, and then we increased it last year as well. I forget what the percentage was, so another 5 or 6%. So now, and in all the conversations that we have with the sheriff, and I've had several of them with them in the last couple of weeks, you know, is, well, you have the coverage that you're currently paying for. And if you want more, you should pay for more coverage. That's what they're, and you saw the breakdown, you know, $130 per deputy, right? So it's one per shift. If you wanted to have one more person per shift, so that's 2 additional people, so that would be another $160,000, you know, plus the car and equipment and everything else, right? So if you wanted to have even more coverage on the beach, so again, we have this demand on our city services besides the city infrastructure that is already strained, right? You look at our permitting department. I had somebody else visit me today at the library. I'm personally tired of telling them we're doing all that we can. I'm sorry, me as the mayor, I can't move you to the front of the line. Not that I would, but I can't. Like, we have to take you in sequence. And I know our staff is working on that. And I know we're trying to hire people, and we can't hire people. But one of the reasons that our permit department is so overworked is all of the plans and development that's coming in. And some of those have statutory limitations where we have to do them in a certain number of time. So whether they came in earlier or later, oh, we just got to take care of them, and then, you know, your thing is getting pushed to the background. So you look at all of that, and I say if we're doing a comprehensive plan review, I think it's prudent of us to take the time, you know, to do the work, and also put a moratorium in place so that we're not making some of these problems worse. It's going to take a year, most likely 18 months, based on what they told us. And so I would propose that we start with a 12-month moratorium with, you know, the option for 6 months, or allow the attorneys to put something together that makes sense for that. The last thing I'll say is one of the other reasons that we need to look at our comprehensive plan, and as well as put the moratorium in places. We've had 13 natural disaster declarations by FEMA in Pinellas County in the last 4 years. 13. Right? It's higher than it's been as far as FEMA's recording these things in Pinellas County. We don't know if it's going to get better, if it's going to get worse, but the numbers certainly don't look good right now. And if there was ever a time to say, you know, let's put a pause on, let's make sure that anything else that we're adding to the city isn't going to make some of these resiliency problems worse by adding more impervious structure, more impervious ground coverage, right? By adding more density and more people and more cars, you know, where are they going when we have an emergency and we've got to evacuate the entire island? Right? Where are they going when, you know, the fire department's got to get from the fire station to your house, and they can't because Gulf Boulevard is completely backed up and there's a nice median in the middle, so they can't even go down the middle anymore, right? For this and all these other reasons that I mentioned, I think, you know, my recommendation is that we instruct the city manager to work with the firm that presented today to put a proposal for us together on what a comprehensive plan, what a moratorium would look like, and a budget for that as well. That's my item for discussion.
So I've got a couple things. I think that the devil's in the details, and the concept of it, to me, seems reasonable. The details, I think, are going to be quite tricky. And the things that I've heard from residents in the last few weeks as I've been talking to folks about it is that they go, you know, man, what I'm really concerned about is flooding, and what I'm really concerned about all over District 1 are empty lots and vacant storefronts and a grocery store that has been vacant for a significant number of years, and is there any way we can get a grocery store back there? And none of those problems are going to get fixed with a moratorium on development. And then the problems that you're talking about are potential problems with sewer capacity, are you know, the capacity of the fire department, the increasing of policing, the traffic, parking, all of those things, you could also easily say that what is this moratorium going to look like? Are we going to go back to what we were like when we had the moratorium on the sewer project, where you could not add capacity to the sewer system? Which meant that people couldn't add a second bathroom to their house either. And a lot of small, small local businesses and small property owners that rent space to small mom and pop businesses couldn't do it because they couldn't subdivide, because they couldn't put a second bathroom in to have 2 units that they could rent. And so, I think the details are going to be very tricky and very, very critically important. And I would hate to see us do it without a whole lot of thought and very careful planning and a whole lot of public input, so that we don't end up with a bunch of unforeseen consequences of people who are part of our community as both residents and business owners go, oh man, that this is going to become a real problem for me, because I've been living and working in this community for 35 years, and I finally am under contract with somebody to sell my business so I can retire, and now you guys are going to put in a moratorium, and that ain't going to happen because nobody's going to buy anything. And so I think it's I think it's very well intentioned, and I just want to see us be incredibly careful about it, and very precise. I think it's fraught with problems, and I think it's going to be a lot of our time and staff time on something that what I've heard from residents who have contacted me is not at the top of their list of concerns.
So we have a body of 5 representatives for our residents and small businesses and all businesses. I think, dare I say the word workshop. But I think in this case, I agree with you. You are right that it needs to be specific and nuanced. I think the attorney told us that as well. I don't think anyone here is looking at build no house, build no toilet, build no kitchen, no nothing in the city. I don't think that was intention. My intention was to mirror what the comprehensive plan review scope was, limiting specifically to the districts that were proposed. But I think if we all sat down together and came up with, worked it out and say, well, if we were doing a moratorium, this is what we think it should look like. Because again, to me, we're not looking at, residential, we're not, we're primarily looking at what the comprehensive plan is, large-scale development. And so, but I agree we should sit down and say, okay, what does that impact? Does it impact District 2 and 3? What size property? Is it anybody that, if it's CUP or a non-CUP? Is it only hotels, only transient? Is it all businesses? I think we can sit down and come up with a game plan that we can then give specific instructions to the attorney, or at least give him instructions and say, here's what we're thinking. Can you please make this the right format? Would that be something that the commission would be agreeable to?
I'd be agreeable to that. I just think that the moratorium needs to go hand in hand with the comp plan review. We are due for this comp plan review on so many levels, and there are so many concerns on traffic with increased density, with increased intensity. There's way too many concerns on that, and to keep building and keep doing CUPs and doing everything else and adding to the problems that we haven't or we're attempting to address, it's like we're putting the cart before the horse with continuing with large-scale development without looking at the comp plan. So yes, I'm all for getting a workshop together. Let's get the moratorium put in place. Let's get the comp plan reviewed. Let's move on and keep going forward.
Yes, City Clerk?
So we have a workshop on October 8th already scheduled, and then October 22nd. So if you would like to go consistently, I would ask for November and December, just so you know, and that's what I'll send out, unless you want to do it on an off-commission meeting day. But your October is full.
Remind us what those two meetings are.
One is a joint workshop with the Historic Preservation Board, and one is to discuss the boards and committees' code of ordinances.
I didn't think that one was going to take that long.
It's 1 hour from, I think
Could
it's
we add-
4:30 to 5:30.
Oh, that was, okay, that wasn't a Saturday, that was
It
a...
has to be, no, and it needs to start at 4 o'clock.
Which one starts at 4? Or do both start at 4?
HPB starts, the joint HPB starts at 4, and then the one on the 22nd starts at 4:30.
Oh, just for consideration,
Mhm.
the attorney has a very full schedule, so maybe we take this a different route and find out what her availability is, and we could always schedule a special workshop as well.
Okay.
I'm assuming you would want her in person for this workshop and not virtual, so that is why it might get a little more complicated to get on her
We have a
schedule.
4 o'clock limit, so it'd have to be from 4 to 5. And so that probably even further limits her availability. So with that limitation in mind,
I mean, because of the time, like the PM?
well, you're generally not available before 4
But
p.m.,
I
correct?
mean, are they willing to do a weekend? I mean, I know we already have one on upcoming weekend on a Saturday.
19th?
Because I don't know how long this would take. I mean, I wrote a lot of notes of what she was saying. She had at least, specific 5 things. I mean, what's the problem? What are the steps to address it? Which development will be affected? I mean, and then is it just us talking? Are we inviting residents to have their opinion? Because I've only heard one resident be in favor, at least to me, that sent me something, and then many who said no. So,
Well, it would be a workshop, so we could,
invite
people,
the public
well,
to come.
it wouldn't be a speaking time, but it would be, you can submit your comments via email, just like everybody, like every other situation.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find out what her availability is in the next 30 days or so, somewhere 4 or 5 p.m.-ish. And then based on that, if she has 2 or 3 dates available with that time frame, City Clerk, you can then send something out that says here. But I'm thinking probably an hour, especially if we could come ready with the questions and thoughts and ideas. Okay, here's what the moratorium would impact. Again, I think it'd be a very limited scope. I'm not thinking full scale, but specific to what the comprehensive plan review. Okay. Thank you. And then one last item. And I'm just wanted to just kind of get your thoughts on this. I was speaking to a planning board member, and they mentioned, and I've done this whenever we have, the first time we had a big CUP, I asked the city clerk to provide me a copy with the land development code, the comprehensive plan, and a nice big binder. I find it difficult to read on my screen, and then I've seen many of you with your binders. And I was thinking it might be a good idea for the planning board is if we just had a set of 5 or 6 binders for land development code and for the comprehensive plan that we can give to them when they first come into office and say, here's your material. If you want to look it up online, it's great. But here it is in writing. And then when their term ends, they just return it back to the city so that we're not printing 500 pages every single time. How would that?
I'd have to check the price. I know that it's not budgeted in my budget this fiscal year. I know it's not cheap. I just did one with Vice Mayor Mulholland, and it was just the code of ordinances, and the comp plan and the land development code is quite large.
Yeah, they're about
So I just
200
need to
plus pages
see.
each.
I need to check with MuniCode and see what the price is, times 5, and then see where I can get it in the budget. That's fine.
And Mayor, is it, because, you know, I bring my laptop now because it's just, it's bigger. Is it, if I don't know if this is an iPad, but if these devices were larger or easier to, because I have connectivity issues sometimes, like if it's not downloaded on this one, but I download it on mine, so I'm literally bringing those 200 some pages on my computer, right? So, should we also be looking like at a cost of improving what we have up here? Because it's not, I mean, if you remember back when everybody had their binders, I mean, well, we're going to be really close because it was a lot. I had them on the floor, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking to see if maybe improving, I don't really even use this anymore because it's just not conducive. But if it was, then we wouldn't have to print all these pages. You know, I have my own printed because I have my little posties and all this kind of stuff, but I could do the same thing. I'm trying to do it on the computer. I just couldn't do it on this one. I can do it from home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sure you had your posties on your computer as well.
I had both.
I had both
and
that time.
And I had a hard time. I mean,
Yeah. It's just easier to search on your laptop because if there's something specific you're looking for, you can do a search versus like, hold on a second, let me.
I found it easier with the books because I just put tabs everywhere.
Right, because we're prepping that way.
Yeah.
But if you have a set, you're saying it's a set for them. We have our own set, and then, like, every
Just to
board
have
is going to have a
just
set,
no,
because
just for
the
the
Board
planning
of
board.
Adjustment.
Well, the
would
planning
they
board
want
is the
one
only
too?
one that uses the comprehensive plan and the land development code on a regular basis.
And the Board of Adjustment,
They use it for,
Land Development Code variances,
you know,
you know.
or we
and-
could just have it.
And I would say even the
2 or
historic
3
board,
sets
too.
that we can have at the city clerk's or somewhere else available where people can check them in and check them out.
Yeah. You tell me what you want me to do. First, I'll start by looking at the price. Is that
Yeah.
a good idea first and come back?
Sounds good.
That would be good.
Perfect. Okay. That was the last item. Next, we're on to staff reports. City clerk.
On the city clerk's website for the election, I posted the qualification period notice that will be in Tampa Bay Times on Wednesday. It announces the beginning is the first Monday in November and ends on the second following week. I believe it's November 15th at noon. Qualification books are going to be ready October 23rd, and it's on the city's website.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
City manager.
Thank you, Commission, Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm sure everyone's aware that we have a pretty hefty storm headed our way. As of today, about 5 p.m., this is what I knew, but I'm sure in the last 5 hours there have been some more developments. But they are expecting this storm to turn into a hurricane by Wednesday. And don't exactly know the impacts for Pinellas County. However, they could start as soon as late Wednesday. The National Hurricane Center is forecasting this storm to be over 250 miles wide, with rapid intensification over the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Coastal storm surge flooding, possibly significant, is likely for much of the west coast of Florida starting as soon as late Wednesday. We are urging you, as well as the Pinellas County Emergency Management, everyone to review your own emergency plans and supplies soon, when you wake up in the morning. When Pinellas County being in a state of, they are looking at declaring a state of emergency ahead of the tropical system, and we will be tracking closely with them in regular meetings. As a reminder, sandbags are available for free at Egan Park. We have about 30 cubic yards of sand being delivered tomorrow to meet the residents' needs, so please get there early. And just want to remind you all, you can stay informed. Sign up for alerts at disaster.pinellas.gov. You can monitor our website. We will be using it to keep connected with the community, as well as we will be pushing out messaging from my office through Facebook, Instagram, and Nextdoor in collaboration with the county. Just want to remind everybody, get your emergency supplies ready, your medicine, all your important papers. in the event that we do have to have an evacuation of the island. We also ask you to stay in touch at disaster.pinellas.gov, where they will be providing official evacuation orders if necessary. So I'll be in touch with the commission pretty frequently from this point forward, and would ask you to spread any information I send you with your neighbors and family and friends. Thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, just one quick, well, two things. As you instructed, we have filed our motions to withdrawal in the cases that we were attorney of record, and probably about 50% of those have come back with the orders. Courts move at different speeds, but I wanted to let you know about that. There is one case, however, that is a situation that I wanted to talk to you about. It's an appeal of a code enforcement special magistrate order, which goes up on appeal. So it's not your typical de novo case where there's litigation and discovery and things like that. The court has ordered that the appellant file their initial brief on September 27th. After that, the city will have to file an answer brief within 30 days. Right now, we're not attorney of record. It looks like you're moving in a good direction to get someone on board, but I'm a little nervous about, ethically, I don't want to leave you all in a bind, or the next attorney that's going to take this seat in a bind. So on this particular case, I would like to at least have some latitude to work with the court to whatever extent I can to try to get an extension on that answer brief. I'm sure the court will understand with the reasoning that we lay out that the city's in transition of getting and this is one that unfortunately your insurance carrier PRM did not allow coverage. Otherwise I wouldn't be bringing this to you. So you have no coverage, and you cannot have any attorney whatsoever. If I were to file a motion to withdraw in this case, the court would be like, is the city crazy? They're having no attorney here. So please, just asking for a little latitude to be able to work with the court to try to, and the appellant, to try to buy a little time. You seem like you're going down the right track with the firms that you're looking at. Probably 30, 60-day period, if I can get that on the answer brief with your permission. I'm seeing heads nodding yes, so I'll take that as an affirmative. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4?
Yes, just one thing tonight. We had a Vena resident whose sewer was backed up for a week, and they were obviously frustrated, but a couple of the Public Works employees, Sean and Luke, the homeowner spoke very highly of them, and I visited the site myself and spent about 5 minutes talking to Sean, and I was very, very impressed with his professionalism and his knowledge, and I just wanted to give those two a shout out. I hope most of the others are as good as those two, because I was very impressed with them, and I don't impress that easily.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have.
All right, we got 3 minutes and 3 commissioners. All right.
Okay. Good?
Oh, good.
Okay. Just two quick upcoming meetings. Bella Vista Civic, October 10th, and the Downstar Property Owners meeting is November 13th. And just for the residents out there, don't forget to reach out to your neighbors who may need assistance in prepping for this storm. I know we've got to prep ourselves, our homes, but remember there may be somebody who is not physically able to do something, and this is coming pretty quick. It's not going to slow down. There's nothing in the way of it, so there's not going to be a slowdown over the mountain chain. So it's going to rapidly intensify. So, not to put any fear on anybody, but just to really reach out for those people and encourage people to leave. I've been here for some time, and I'm still amazed that people stay home. There is, I saw some Pinellas County news, there's a potential of even close to 15 and 20-foot surges, depending on the time of when the storm is out. We do not need a direct hit. We're getting the west side of this storm, which is where we surge on. So please reach out to people and tell people, hey, just leave the island, come back later, make sure you have your return card, and, you know, and be safe. And then just one quick request, because I know we have new commissioners, including, you know, pretty new for this year, but can you send, and this is for Francis, can you please send us like the emergency plan for the city for review, because there are roles that as elected officials that we have, and you know, you'll have more reading early in the morning, but just so that you know, so we're not caught off guard. Thank you.
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh, no, over. Do I extend 5 minutes? Motion to extend?
We
No,
can, we can
do
wrap it up in
All
the
right.
next 60 seconds.
Just wanted to say over at the library, we've put a suggestion box, so the community can feel free to put suggestions in that suggestion box, and Amber's going to note the cards.
Thank you.
I got nothing. Everybody stay safe.
Stay safe, get your sandbags, evacuate. Good night.